Right, well, we are now in the action. Pistol round underway, and Markosh, such a difference maker for Los Kogutos there on map number 1. He has started off proceedings nicely here. A bit of a response from Zonic and Amar, but a 3-on-2 now as they take control of this A bomb site, or at least attempt to. Back at the bomb site, there is a player. It's very sneaky here. Finally, Hot Dog will take contact, but Bledden's dealt with. 3-on-1 here should be pretty comfortable here now for Los Kogutos, and Tomiko actually gets the kill. Thought it would be the 4 damage, but good T-side start.
Yeah, actually really impressive that we ended up actually seeing Hot Dog find the kill on the play at the back bomb site. The fact they didn't clear it out, it felt like that could have been something that haunts them. And even though Hot Dog's looking towards heaven, still managed to readjust in time, catch that player off. And Los Kogutos, like you said, good start for them here on the T side. They could apply even more pressure if they best this force by now of X-Mana. Don't forget, earlier today, we got obviously very nice evidence of where we're expecting this one to potentially go. When they did play Nuke last time, they found 4 rounds on their T side at stop at that. CT's continuing to battle back. It's another pistol victory, just like Mirage, that could quite easily fall away with a second round force by back. Marcos will find through the vents, 1v2. Because he's got so much time to work with, but it's another spot where Los Kogutos, good pistol round victory, but it just all gets undone. What's outside? Cerber's grabbed himself a rifle. We'll need to make a move eventually. We're going to be about time in. Cerber is looking back and forth every now and again. Mark creeping up from heaven. Man down, Molotov as well. That's a great find from Marcos. He knows where the final player is as well. Hasn't spotted just yet. Bomb has been scooped up. Time is ticking. Marcos at the back of the bomb site. Spotting nothing out towards hut. Fully clearing this now. 1 versus 3 for Marcos. Comes down to a 1v1 as he punches in the digits for the bomb. Cerber pushing through. It's a heads-up duel. They know where one another are.
Marcos will swing wide and can find Cerber. That's a big clutch to win.
A massive clutch to win from Marcos. 1 versus 3 to deny the force by victory for X-Mana. And the problem is, X-Mana are probably in a spot where if they were on the T side and they got a bomb plant, they would 100% go for this buy. Now there's a few more questions. They are still going to go for it. So Los Kogutos, that has to be a humbling moment. Look, you almost squandered what could be a great start on this T side by just being maybe a little too lax in your approach. It's a rush A, hoping that it'll find you the success there.
Oh, great find from Adrian. That's a huge kill there. Los Kogutos, this is an excellent start here to their T side. They should just group together now. Play as a unit, hit a bomb site, win the round. Space is being taken by Tomiko. And this is so unfortunate because Valen has gone and pushed through at the same time that Tomiko has. And in doing so, we see an open rotation on the A bomb site. Sadly, the XM finds nothing.
3-0, which should trickle into a 4-0 now. Obviously, because we saw the double force buy, lost bonuses at a max, it's not going to need to be a fully go taken from X-Mana at all. And a start like this, assuming this one goes the way of Los Kogutos, they don't even need to be brilliant on this T side when the weapon rounds come out for X-Mana. They just need to be okay. Fine around here or there. There's more than likely a chance Kogutos can go on to win the half here. That's a cheeky way to find an early pick. Double nade outside on the hot dog. Very much feeling a sort of matchmaking or a strat you pull out with randoms. Yeah, we'll send a couple of nades outside. We'll pick off Tomiko as well here. So You need to hold your breath in this one a bit, because the weaponry is very limited. Mari, timing goes against him, sir, but great find with the 5-7. That felt like that could have been the moment. Sonic finds, and all the hard work Los Kogutos had is going to be unraveled by essentially an eco. Marcos, another clutch required. 1v3, 1v4 turned to 1v3 now. Marcos is going to be a tough time clearing out Dick's top hut. Spams come through, and just those shots to the dig might draw his attention away from this top hut position. We'll drop this smoke as well. Spamming slightly. The drop down from Sonic will find, and that's the first round on the board for ex-Mana. So no 4-0 start. We do eventually see that response and instantly back. That causes a few issues for Los Kogutos on their bye.
I think Los Kogutos, that's a... I don't want to say that's a round that will change this game. I think already they've had a decent start to their T side, and I imagine they're going to see a little bit more success on their T side on Nuke, but I think that is that's a bit of a mistake in that one, isn't it?
God. Elevated up. Oh, it's a great idea for Valedos the one to get caught off. Missed shot, and there is no safe haven to back off to.
Yeah, ex-Mana losing this opening pick, that's a problem. Nice damage on the nade. Zonic in a pretty decent position with Server finding. That's a good trade, and Zonic can use that contact to take some space. Somehow gets a kill, actually. Valen has stuck his way out. He'll get one. 2-on-2 now. Decent bit of damage onto Adrian. It's now Amar in a 1 versus 2.
I end up seeing Los Kogutos overcomplicate this hit. At the A-bomb site, but they're not 100% sure of this. Mara is backing down towards the lower site again. Here's Strange. He's going to reposition it towards the dark. He will watch towards ramp. Los Kogutos, they're heading on down. Have to clear this space.
Yeah, the thing is they've got enough time to clear it, but seemingly they're not going to. He's planting completely open for him as well. There we go, 20 seconds, and he pushes out, so that's a free kill for
Yeah, a bit surprised
Adrian.
Amar doesn't actually recognise where Adrian could be at all. It seems like he's very confident he's towards the doors. Which, I mean, fair enough, but, you know, you'll at least get the audio cues if they do open up. Unfortunately, he goes against him there. Would have been a massive round for ex-Mana from when Los Kogutos get in their own head slightly. But it is going to be 4-1. Back onto a bit of a mismatch by a couple of pistols, 2 MP9s, M4 as well, as Mari drops down towards the vents quick. Amar finding hot dog. Mari. Yes, a double though. There's a lot of stock put into finding Mari, but he is delivering a triple kill here. Tomka claims his position, finds Serba. This is 5-1 now. Already earlier today, like we said, obviously Los Kogutos had to make a massive comeback. They were 11-4 down, which they eventually went on to win 13-11. Only found 4 rounds on their T side on that occasion. Here, they will find themselves 5 at a bare minimum.
I think this is a brilliant start, and I think ex-Mana, I think they've got to be worried.
Terrorists win.
Los Kogutos, I don't really know how they can fumble from this, but we did see a bit of a fumble in the last map from ex-Mana, so I guess we could see it go poorly. But this is an excellent start, and the odds tell it perfectly. 1.03 to 9.00.
Yeah, it was actually Hot Dog, who is a massively important player for Los Kogutos earlier today on this map. Throughout the whole series as well, but primarily on Nuke, he really was someone who won so many rounds for his team, individually helped them out off so many tight spots. Seems like he might not need to do the same thing, which he's probably going to be grateful of. But it's good to know that players like this on Los Kogutos can deliver moments of magic like this. Valen on the rafters, easy kill on the Hot Dog. It's staggered in the approach, dropping down, Tomoko finds. Finds one back though, Marcos will be sprayed down, back to a 2-on-2. Leonard is in heaven, but Tomoko can punch in the digits. There's a nade that will find Tomoko if he's not careful. Adrian's flanking heaven. I like this play, but you need the low HP Tomoko to survive. That's the only job you've got. Adrian in the flank. Oh, Tomoko does one better than survive. He finds Amar. And Adrian can eventually take down Bledard. Obviously, the CTs were waiting for Amar to get into position, but the fact that one bullet from Death Tomoko is able to deliver that, and I think this is going to be a bit of a redemption arc for Tomoko, because he was really, really poor on their nuke earlier. Obviously, 2x mana still, but just a few hours ago. So the fact he's already got 9 kills and 6-1, yeah, brilliant to see.
Ooh, contact with the AWPer. This gives great intel to Zonic. You can get one freely.
And we'll find Mari to give the advantage over towards ex-mana. Adrian will spot and will find. That looked really weird for a moment there, wondering who's going to be favoured. But it goes away with Adrian, so it's back to a level 3-on-3. And ex-mana, I mean, it's kogutos that don't quite know where ex-mana could be. So very paranoid in terms of taking any space right now. There is going to be a smoke thrown towards the door. We'll leave behind this. Got a deeper position from Amar over towards ramp. Of course, here's another kill. This could be around that Los Kogutos flip on its head. Trying to be an advantage, and still it could fall against them. Bledard seems to have a suspicion someone could be flanking upon him again, and his intuition is correct.
Great fight, Adrian there, but Marcos gets the trade. Won't be able to pick up the AWP as of yet, but can just sit here in heaven.
And Tomoko finds ex-mana. Losing around their advantage. It was Los Kogutos just picking apart at them. 7-1 here on the T side of Nuke, already walking onto the second half, guaranteed in the lead. And the fact that how these rounds have gone, the way these guys are playing, this is what I want to see from Los Kogutos. This is what these guys can achieve.
The thing is, it's so weird because we've seen this team for the better portion of last year, at least the names, right? And they were a scary unit. They were looking to make deep runs in events, get kind of, decent playoff ties. I think a lot of the time we'd be sitting there and go, okay, well, they're probably not going to win the event. They're probably not going to get to the next stage, but they're going to be a dark horse. And we've kind of been waiting to see this from Los Kogutos for a long, long time, haven't we? You look at their win rate, you look at their kind of current stats, and you're like, really? They've got a sub 30% win rate? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's not good enough for them. I think they're going to be more than aware of this. So I'm sure they're not playing these games and realising, yeah, we're playing some great Counter-Strike here. These results are brilliant. Far from it. They're going to be wanting more as well. And that is, at the end of the day, why we saw this addition of Hot Dog coming into the team. Obviously, spent some time on a few different Polish rosters, Los Kogutos itself several years ago, running Permitter, Insomnia, different sides, different organizations. But it very much is a team that, on their day, you can see why they were where they once were, or why these players were where they once were. But yeah, it feels like, unfortunately, that day is a little bit more rarer than you'd like it to be. No one's going to be 100% consistent. You're not asking that, but so far in today's game, when you look at a Mirage, where I don't think particularly Los Kogutos played some great Counter-Strike, I think quite easily they could have lost that map. But the fact that they did win it while playing pretty mediocre Counter-Strike just shows, look, the players dug themselves out of issues. When it mattered most, they were able to come up with some good calls, good decisions. And then if they were able to follow up with what could be, and what's looking like it's going to be a very dominant nuke, yeah, all the credit to these guys.
The thing is, we've known that Nuke's been such an asset for them. I think it definitely helps with a player like Markosh. I know he's maybe not had, I say, the same level of impact. He has had a lot of impact so far this map, but a double from Valent, that's one that's going to massively change this game, or change the round. Bomb can't be denied, actually, so I doubt Markosh is going to be ready for this, so why would you ever? You've just come from single door. Never to have this recognition. Oh, he's holding for it. Okay, Adrian, 1v3.
Alan will find that is X-Mana. Hitting 2. I mean, best they can find is 4. You want to see so much more than that. Bomb will be defused. Obviously more than enough money for the T side to work with for the rest of this half. They're going to have no issue with that. They can bring out triple AWPs if they want in this round. But it's at least something for X-Mana. I mean, even if they find 4 on this CT side, you're asking for a lot to go right. Trade it out, smoke swords outside. Adrian first pick found. Turbo dropped. An advantage to Los Kogutos. They've been in this spot so many times here. Do have Hot Dog looking to create some space outside. Marcos is towards Silo. I think for a brief moment, Sonic can spot. I think he can see his head. I just don't quite know if he recognizes it. Fortunately, Marcos doesn't realize how exposed he could be either. Go back here from X-Mana. Adrian spores, but Valen will find double kill from Valen now as Hot Dog finally makes his move. We'll get a kick back. 3-on-3 as the other 2 reside towards the lobby, but always the biggest issue I find in spots like this is how can you quite regroup with this player down towards the lower side, particularly in a moment like this when there's only 2 of you.
Position here. Oh, Hot Dog. And that's a classic look up to the mini-map. Maybe just take your hand off your mouse for a second to scratch your nose or something. I don't know. Just completely caught off guard there. Timing the name for Sonic. Great find from Blended. And now Mari. 1 versus 2. I like this from Mari though. Great idea. Really nice from Mari. Can find the AWP. Sonic though. Quick to go through the smoke and get that trade. Why are we shooting bodies? You are 8-2 down here on CT side nuke. Don't really think you're in the position to be shooting bodies, but
I mean, it's an aura gamble. If they go on to win the map, you look back and say, yeah, fair play, he knew something. He knew something we didn't.
Oh boy, he knew that the Los Kogutos were going to choke harder than X-Mana did.
Maybe they had a... I mean, this is the reason why even if we see X-Mana find 4, it's so difficult to feel like you can back these guys is when they did play earlier today, removing the pistol round and the rounds that came from that. So after they were 11-4 up, they could not win a single weapon round against Los Kogutos. And that is concerning. Oh, this could be a double from Valid. He's not actually come alive here for ex-RUSTEC. He's sort of been one of their leading men. But too early kills, kogutos. I don't think this one's going to be one that pans out for them. Certainly not anymore. Server spams. Adrian, you've got all this space. But what relevance does it have when the bomb's dropped and you've lost 3 of your teammates?
Nice finds from Markosh. Makes this round possible. He's going to send a nade and a flash to try and recover the bomb. He has been able to do that now.
Somehow, even when Los Kogutos haven't necessarily made these rounds work, it feels like ex-RUSTEC are never getting anything for free. Adrian, there's one. Player towards second Vince as well that Adrian needs to clear. Marcos is close by. Molotov on the back of the site. There is a flank coming through. Marcos will not be the one to spot. In fact, it's Adrian that finds. Ledo, I can't deny the bomb. He's got the CZ though. If he finds Marcos, life gets really tricky for Adrian. Marcos has slipped in these smokes. This is so weird.
Adrian's behind as well. CZ's been spotted.
No.
That's so tough for Bledded. He does have a nade. He should just send this nade onto Adrian's position. Bledded will get one. Onto the side up. Still sat within this smoke, and it's just the tap though, and he spots him off it. That is 9 for Los Kogutos, and obviously it was a 2 versus 5.
That is... I mean, not only the 2 versus 5, look, that's horrific enough. But the fact in the 1 versus 2 there for Bleddard, if he was a fraction of a second quicker and could spot Marcos just before he slipped into that smoke, he could find him, and you've got a low HP Adrian while having a smoke, while having a nade. I just don't see how Los Kogutos win that. It's rough timing, but it is a 2 versus 5. It does feel like in the ex-RUSTEC camp, maybe heads have dropped a bit. You can't be losing rounds like that, and yeah, it feels like I
They
think
didn't get the bomb though. That's the crazy thing. They knew it was down in heart. They should have just had 2 sets of eyes on the bomb.
Yeah, I mean it's not good enough.
I think that round quite clearly and comfortably summarizes how this half of CS has gone. We knew Nuke was going to be a difficult task for ex-RUSTEC. Pistol's not gone to plan either. They've lost the opening pick. Tomoko continuing. Tomoko's able to get a second. Already, Mari takes down Amar on the B bomb site. It's a 4-on-2 here. This will be double digits for Los Kogutos.
They're heading towards B. There's 3 players here. Well, one has actually just rotated away. I think Mari.
Oh, big kill. But never to expect Markosh. He will get one, and finally swings coming through. Nice trade from Mari.
Three away a Los Kogutos. CT side, unsurprisingly, we're seeing a force buy from ex-RUSTEC. They have actually found some very good success at this. Obviously, they won, or they lost the first pistol on the first round on Mirage. They were able to respond. Here as well, they did actually lose that 1 versus 3 to Marcos, but they put themselves in a position where they should have won the second round force buy. So, yeah, there's always a lot of danger in a round like this. Adrian playing quite aggressively. We will at least be able to find one. Marcos can get the trade to advantage for the CT side. As that's a lot of the heavier hitting weapons gone. That's the scout, that's the rifle. Mac 10 will be found by Tomoko as the final 2 reside towards outside. Dropping down, looking to be a double swing, slightly staggered. Mari finds Hot Dog with the MP9 connects. And this very much is a formality from here on out, it feels.
Yeah, this map and this series is already over. ex-RUSTEC seems pretty similar to that game we saw earlier today, right? Between ex-RUSTEC and Los Kogutos. It was a close... One map was close and one map was super dominant. We're seeing something similar here. It was obviously Nuke that was close, in fact. Sadly, not today.
Utek 9s, Mac 10, and Galil's Util Light. It's going to be a force till the end for ex-RUSTEC. Going to be a pop in towards round Tomoko. That's a lot of damage. Yet to find a kill.
Marcus rotated as well.
Marcus under pressure now. He's actually
This is
low
the bomb.
HP.
This is the bomb. This bomb is going to get dropped so deep behind enemy lines. Serber, He needs to be so cautious here.
I just don't know how he backs away, and the answer is he doesn't. I mean, really hungry to play Marco. Brought down low.
Oh, he's dead. 9 HP.
Just about gets the creep out as Adrian repositions in and will find. And why not? 3 forces in a row. Obviously, eggs, mana. Map was pretty much lost. Series was pretty much lost in the first half. And just like the game earlier today in Group A that we obviously saw between State and Fortress, that feels like quite a while ago now. This is the final game of Group B. This is the decider match. Loser of this, done and dusted, eliminated, while the winner advances their way through the playoffs. And from this new performance alone, there is only one team that deserves to be the winner.
Adrian here towards outside. Positioning for Markosh is good. Mari as well.
We'll find one. Hot dog nearby. He's able to double up, though. Final play towards Squeaky Door. It's a 1 versus 3 for Server. Turn to 1v2. The bomb's outside, I think.
Yeah, it's deep though. It'll be fine. It won't have been spotted. We'll
It's
have
going
to
to
go
take
get
time,
it.
and that's the problem. That's actually not as bad. I thought it was a bit more towards under silo. Okay, so still got 55 seconds to work with.
Positioning at Tomico is really good though, and the lack of util for Server, this is the big issue. I don't think Server even recognises this as a problem position. He's not. Pre-aiming main. We'll get taken down, and there we go. Series over from what was a pretty competitive map number 1. We had a super close game. What, 13? It was, what, 11-6, and then it went OT, but this was super dominant. 13-3. X-Mana, just really, really poor from them there. T-side, well, we didn't really get to see much of their T-side, but their CT side was just awful. Lost Kogutos, they will continue here. They progress. So, not bad for them. X-Mana back to the drawing board. I'm sure we'll see them over the next couple months in a few of these events, but it wasn't enough today.
Yeah, I feel a little bit more optimistic after that performance from Los Kogutos. Look, their Mirage, there was obviously a lot of weaknesses, to be honest. The fact that they had to make these constant comebacks, great to see them do so, but you never really want to find yourself in a position where you're 6-1 down, then what, 11-6 down, things like this. They were always trailing, but brilliant comeback from them here on Nuke. Yeah, I mean, I was expecting Nuke to be a bit more one-sided because of how close it was last time, and X-Man are not actually been that great a Nuke team, and Los Kogutos, this being their sort of one of their go-to maps, their most played map in the last few months. But it feels like, yeah, they really did iron out the issues that they had earlier today. The sort of more lackluster T side, the fact that they won the pistol as well, were able to propel that into even more. And then, yeah, as soon as they were on their CT side, just like earlier today, it was one-sided, near enough flawless.
Yeah, very, very important result there. Now, Charlie, we move to another series. We've got Entropy against Unity, and then to end the evening, we've got Bebop against Misa. About 45 minutes until the Entropy game. Looking forward to seeing how it does pan out, but it's not going to be me and you on the mic. So, look, we're going to be passing over to our wonderful colleagues. We'll be back in about 40 minutes, and then Entropy will face Unity.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship Circuit for Counter-Strike. We're back with the European Series. I'm tea time with Travis. Turns out I'm being given all the T starting casters. I think it's an alliterative miracle. Travis, how are you feeling?
I'm doing okay. I hope you are well as well. We've got a pretty interesting game coming up here this afternoon. We've got a couple of teams which are trying to make waves, and one of them who's recently made some new changes, try and change their fortune. So we'll get into that in a moment, but yeah, it should be an interesting one.
Yeah, we've had a couple of our matches already go through. If you're newer to the Thunderpick series, we're still in the group stages. It is a decided match that we are on. There are 2 decided matches left, and we're actually covering both of those. So it's go home or go into the playoffs, just the kind of stakes that we like. We're starting things off with Unity versus Entropy. And why don't we talk a bit more about Entropy? I managed to catch them yesterday. Man, that Dele and Dottie combination is looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are looking pretty good. I think they can have flaws, unfortunately, and that's no pun intended. Flaw on the team and TWC, they're playing okay, but I would say that they're just kind of not there yet in terms of competing at this sort of level. Dottie and Dele have been the 2 that I think have been the most flashy. Dottie in particular, I think when I was speaking to Hayes about it the other day as well, when he's watched him previously, he can be very flashy in terms of maybe even going a bit too far, like one tapping when he doesn't need to, over flicking maybe he doesn't need to as well. But look, fair play to him. I think he's got talent, that's for sure, and that's what I want to see on the server today. And of course, Lumi on the team as well. We know him. He's been around the block, played a major. Didn't go all too well, obviously, with Metasport in the end. But look, he's still plying his trade after that AM project with Della, and yeah, he's definitely not a bad player for this level.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see him, and honestly, I actually managed to catch probably the best looking flaw in TWC that they've had in a while, and that performance gave me some hope maybe that they can still continue to ragtag up in this level. But why don't we take a look at the second team we have as well for us. Unity is going to be coming through. A couple of players who I'm sure everyone at home will know. Mikey and Neofrag have been sort of tier 2 to tier 3 household names. If your household is maybe in, like the council states and that sort of situation, you know them. They can be very good, but are they going to show up today?
Well, I'll tell you who's not going to show up today. That's Neofrag, because he's not playing with the team anymore. They're using FNL and Snow as recent pickups. They're kind of going for an international wave now and moving on. And look, Neofrag had name value. I totally get that. But even at the level they were playing at, he wasn't really setting the world on fire and wasn't doing a job that I think he should have been able to do at that tier. So they've moved on from him. They've only played a couple of games since their break. It was 8 weeks ago. They played Astral in Nodwin. Okay. That was with Neofrag and Woozy on the AWP. They lost that one, and then they took a big break during the player break rather than playing during it like many teams do, and have come back and have had decent success since then playing with their 2 new players, FNL and Snow. Snow is the AWPer, I think, in place of Woozy, and FNL has been around the block in many different academy teams, notable academy teams as well. But yeah, the only 2 teams they've beaten are 2 very beatable teams, Mai Tai and Los Kogutos. They did well to take a map of ex-RUSTEC. I covered that game the other day, but ex-RUSTEC's firepower kind of blew them out of the water. So that, I think, is the issue for me. I'm a bit concerned about how they're going to look in terms of their pure numbers and pure individual ability against Entropy. But I think, both are in that same sort of boat with a couple of their players. So I would take Unity by a very, very slight edge, because I think they're onto something with this new roster.
I think Snow's the one I'm mostly concerned about, because like you said, they've had a couple of very beatable teams that they played up against. Snow's not actually hit a 1.0 rating even once in any of the best of 3. So that's always a little bit concerning when you see that coming out from your newer AWPer, especially when it's going out against someone who's experienced. Lumi might not be the flashiest, but he's definitely someone with a reasonable floor. Let's take a look at the feed over here. It's straightforward. We've got Inferno, we've got Cache, it's Ancient. And Cache is actually a map that Unity has played very little of, but they have been experimenting with it and trying to add it to their map pool. They actually managed to take it off of Los Kogutos, so maybe something there.
Maybe. I think Inferno is the one that I'm really hopeful for Unity. I know it's their pick, and Entropy play it just a little bit. They got a couple of wins on it lately, and maybe you expect Unity to beat them on that map. But the reason I'm extra hopeful for it is because the one I've seen from it the one I've seen them play with already was with this new lineup, and with Neofrag and Woozy before, it was a real rough map for them. They had played it only, I think, the other day, I think I checked it, very few times this year. Let me just quickly double check that one more time to make sure I'm right and not telling porkies. So yeah, earlier in the year, it was a really good map for them. They used it quite a lot. They managed to play it with their old team. They beat some decent teams on it, like, Lavked, beat Medisport, beat WW, that stream team, that Russian stream team, which is very talented. Beat One Win back in Jan. But, those rosters don't count. Those results don't count at all anymore. The new roster results are what counts. And I hadn't played it with the new roster yet until I saw it yesterday. It looks like they're trying to integrate it into their pool a bit more, and it looked pretty good. So I'm hopeful for that one. Cash is more of a dive into the unknown with them, but as you say, they have won it already in the one time they've played it. Entropy do like to go into Cash with their pick. And we'll see how, if we do get to Ancient, that should be a pretty decent middle ground decider with both teams knowing how to play that map. So I think it's an okay pool for both these two teams. If I was to be really pushed for an answer, I would take Unity and probably 2-1.
I actually think I'm actually siding a little bit more on the Entropy branch of area, just because for me personally, I just think the Lumi versus Snow matchup is going to be a little bit straightforward, especially when you're looking at the maps that are coming through in Inferno and Cash, where I'm not expecting Snow to do well on Cash. Even if it's a map that they're practicing, even the best operators in Tier 2 haven't figured out how to play this map, what the bothing is, what your early peaks are supposed to look like, how are you using that grenades to counteract the defaults that are coming out from the T side. That's where I do think that Entropy should take Cash, and even on Inferno, man, I'm reasonably confident that Flaw and TWC can actually step up at this level of Counter-Strike, where Unity coming in with a newer lineup, coming in with players who, look, like I said, I haven't seen Snow play, but the numbers aren't reassuring, put it that way. And even for FNL, I'm not looking at him and saying, okay, this is something particularly special. And then you add in Della and Dottie. I just think that this is maybe even going to be a 2-0 for Entropy. Now, one of the things I do like about Entropy over here, though, which I do want to commend them for, is they are adding Cash into their map pool. And I think every Tier 3 and every Tier 2 team that is getting a chance to play up a level, to play up, maybe a team that's 40 ranks ahead of them in the map, in rather the HLTV rating, the VRS rating, if you aren't learning Cash, if you aren't trying to make this first pick material, you're missing out on a very important 1 month long window. And Entropy have been playing it like crazy. So I'm expecting them to be looking very good on that in particular.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, right? I feel like the majority of teams that I've watched, which I'll get back to my point in a second, because we're about to go into the game. Yeah, so I think for me, that is the thing that's been very evident, that's jumped off the page at me about Entropy, right? Other teams, lots of teams I've been watching at this level are playing Cash, at least, right? They're not just permabanning it. I think most of them are sticking with their previous permaban if they had one that wasn't overpass, obviously, because that's the map that got replaced. But Entropy are playing it more than any team I've seen at this level. They're 11 times since it got reintroduced, and that's very nice. And a very nice opening tap from TWC as well. FNL is down, and that's the one thing that I am a bit worried about in terms of the firepower for Unity today. FNL's level has just not been that great or consistent in any way. When I say consistently good. He's been consistently below average, I'm afraid.
You gotta define consistency better. Mikey is trying to define a kill towards the B bomb site, unable to do so. Dottie comes back in, quick headshot, and the USPs are going to continue to excel. Meanwhile, Flaw puts himself in a great position, and Quartz will find that out firsthand. Unity are left in a 2 versus 5 and have yet to really break blood.
Yeah,
the players are the ones with utility, at least.
If they can get a plant, it would be a bit of a miracle, but it would be something to shout about. And there you go, there are the 2 kills. And Deli, if he picks through the smoke, is a bit dangerous, but fair play to him. He gets the kill anyway. There's not many bullets left for Too High. Not many bullets left for either of them, to be fair. And now he's stuck, and Libby will run him down. So no problem. Entropy start off well. And I kind of get on board what you're saying about in map 1 here. Even though what I've seen from Unity so far in Inferno has been very solid, if Entropy win this map and go into cash a map up, then that's the 2-0 conversation that can definitely be had.
There's a lot going on in my house right now. Travis, I'm going to let the viewers know that it might be breeding in at some point. But anti-eco on the server. Gotta adjust all my levels, bring my mic down, bring my volume gate down, you know, just all the. It's just live broadcast with kids in the house. That's how it works.
Give them a chance on the mic. Go on.
Hey, let's not. I don't think you want to hear about Miss Rachel's opinions on, you know, school buses and how they go around.
Okay. Fair enough. Honestly, I think that would make it for a fun start of the broadcast. The wheels on the bus go round and round.
Maybe not for this particular product.
No, indeed. Floor will hold on against the Glocks. He's done a lot of damage already. It should be fine now, considering they're still holding top mid as a duo. Just patience from Unity to try and force Entropy to use all their util, which they're kind of achieving.
All the util, yes, but it's also about taking a couple of these guns away. They got free upgrades on Della, Lumi, and Flaw into their head armor because no damage was dealt at all. And oh dear, Flaw finally gives something up. Taking up a few kills for it, though. Oh, all right. Suddenly getting quite expensive. 2 kills, not bad at all. And a rifle that can't be recovered. Okay, TWC won't make his way over there either, so pretty good stuff.
So this is where I want to see some of Unity's good work. In the one as I said, I've seen them on Inferno. I think 2 highs in-game leading was really solid. I need to see a bit more of that today. Entropy aren't exactly the most difficult team to beat, I'll put it that way. You know, the games they've played recently, you know, the teams they've beaten are teams that I would say aren't amazing form in general. I think their best win is against CYBERSHOKE Prospects overall, because I've covered that team, that CYBERSHOKE Academy team, and they play as a team really, really well. Like, it's not just an academy team being carried by an individual. Like, they work as a 5 pretty well. So to beat them 2-0, it was a good result. Yeah, let's see what TY has as the captain here, because I think Unity kind of may realise it might be a bit non-negotiable. If they lose this map, they could just be straight up out the competition. Ash.
Lumi's feeling very, very confident about that peak. Mikey managed to stay alive, courtesy of the CT incendiary being god-awful. Talk about a bargain bin by. That's why government spending can't be trusted.
Still
Be a
2
tough
players.
Sell into the B site, though, yeah.
Yeah, it should be difficult. There isn't any utility left again for Entropy, so that is again the issue that could come back to bite them. Mikey and Snow are together. It's the only 2 that are together. They are sending another player back toward A. And the issue with that is they've lost the bomb on B now. So Mikey has to push in, and he gets deleted too. So if they were going to actually go on B with their 2 players, I'm not sure why they had 2 creeping A and risked losing the bomb on B like that, being the first player in.
Mikey also got team flashed over there.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's not ideal. Ends up being a 2 versus 1 instead. And yes, there's no utility for Entropy, but this is something I've actually really enjoyed this about Entropy. I actually got to watch the CyberShoke Prospects game as well. They are very good about where they position themselves in the bomb site later on in the round. And that's in a way where they are going to get punished 100% going up against a team that's maybe, you know, a little bit better and a little bit more programmed at keeping a weird flashbang or an extra Molotov out towards like the center of the site or something like it. But Entropy, until that happens to them, their CT side defenses can look surprisingly impressive even without utility.
Yeah. Talking of being without utility, Unity's round here not too powerful, and with, of course, 2 saved guns, the worst part about that is that splits up the economy. And now, of course, they're going to be on a pretty low purchase in the following round. With 3 players around them, we'll have a full buy available to them. So, yeah, saving on T side, never ideal. Look at Floor go. He's really looking to push aggressively on this one. He'll get 1, but the AK of Mikey will definitely activate. So a 1-for-1 is okay, but you know, Mikey really needs to be the guy to do extra damage with that AK. Thankfully, they've been able to pick up another on 2 high, but Mikey will go down. 2 high will drop as well, and TWC will close. Entropy, perfect thus far.
early timeout for Unity, and they need it. Looking over their kills is not really a pretty sight. They've had a total of 6 kills across 4 rounds. Now listen, that's a great KPR for one player. A little bit less for an entire team. Lumi pulls out the AWP as well. I'm interested to see how he positions himself. I was honestly quite surprised with how well he was playing on Nuke in particular.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that there can be some parallels sometimes between, the new Inferno opping and Nuke sopping.
Yeah, falling back to various checkpoints, right? With the AWP on Inferno in particular. And Lumi, look, he's never been a guy that's really set the world on fire in my brain and my heart when it comes to his AWPing talent. But he's nothing if not plucky and consistent. Very middling, I think. And you can rely on him in games like this. And he's had a good start here. So let's see if he can keep that up. Looking at good timing, and Boiler will be watched for now.
Sometimes you don't need to set the world on fire. You just need a matchstick to light a stove.
There you go.
That's what I keep telling my wife every time that, he has doubts about me. It's like, hey, I go to the gym 3 times a week, man. That's all I can do.
And play a lot of paddle as well. TWC and Dotty top banana going to be in a position to fight, and they do try and fight for a second and then fall off a bit. Thing is, Dotty's been very loud about his fall off of that angle. That might bait them into TWC, and that plan kind of works. He goes 1 for 1, and Dotty will stick around to resmoke banana, so that's okay to start for Entropy. And to be fair, okay for Unity too. Lumi will find FNL in the meantime, however. And again, unfortunately for FNL, he's had a poor start to a map and they really need him.
They double incendiary off brackets, and then they're going to start sending forward Dele. It's going to be a slow rotation from Lumi, who really can't do much. They're leaving Dotty out to dry, but at least he finds one before he's hung. 2 versus 3 for the T side, as they will get a bomb plan in. This is the best look that they will have had to any round, and it's not a particularly great look. Quartz is still on 0 kills. He needs to break that maidenhead, and as he speaks out, it's Dele to have taken him down. He will maintain that unimpressive egg that he is sporting, and Too High is gone with a push through the smoke from Lumi. Confidence is at an all-time high, and Entropy's momentum is undisturbed.
This is very impressive so far. And again, the situation with the money is acceptable. You can get Galils out for the players who can't afford AKs, but that doesn't really matter at this point for me. It's all about just getting around on the board early. Entropy have been impenetrable so far. I was quite critical of what I saw from Dele on AM, because I thought he was a lot better on eyeballers, if memory serves me correctly. I think both those 2 teams, at the end of his run on both of them, he didn't really seem to be suited to the project or in the right roles where he was comfortable. And seemingly his rating now on Entropy, sure, maybe playing a little bit of a lower level, maybe playing more games. You can't look by a 1.25, which I believe was his average before I checked before the game. So he's definitely improved, and I hope he's given a chance to show more of what he's got, because Sweden is in a good place in Tier 3, Tier 2 right now. It would be great to have more talents that can show what they've got and do some good work. And there he is again, holding on for more top banana, and he's got 2 beautifully.
It seems like every round is sort of starting and ending in all too similar of a fashion.
Yeah.
Death for Unity.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame. And look, despite good signs in the first 2 or 3 BO3s that Unity have played with their new lineup, it is still a new lineup. And a lineup as well with 2 very different pieces to what they had before. So yeah, I mean, their goal is definitely to push. Where are they on the VRS right now? Let's have a quick gander.
250?
225, because they've got a new team. Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, so they will want to be, I would say, top 75 by the end of the year. And they're going to need at least 1 or 2 good online tournaments, or the funds to go to a local LAN and win it to get there.
The one good thing about Unity is that in the region where they're in sort of that Czech region, you have a lot of good local lands.
Agree.
But getting some prize money in, getting all of those things that are actually going to really help you out for that VRS ranking is absolutely vital. But for Entropy right now, all they want to get in is a few more bullets into their opponents. FNL, another victim, as they have been all too many. Maybe Quartz can finally change things around. Now, they don't have the bomb, but it's 2 versus 2, and they've got plenty of time and a little bit of utility, just a hair's worth, and that might be all they need. Wrapping around his Quartz, coming in from behind. He'll have dropped down and looked to reclaim land in through the apartments, and rather in through middle. Mikey is certain that the CTs are going to make a play, but Entropy has no desire to do so. They only have to wait for this bomb to be... Where is Quartz going? Does he think there's someone all the way in T-spawn covering off middle?
Maybe. But yeah,
now the CTs are pushing.
That's the real awkward part, because now Mikey's all on his own, having to fight 2 separate players. Just leaving it that long, Entropy weren't just going to let that one be. They were going to go searching and wondering what's going on here. The bomb is propped up in top middle, and it's been there the whole time. And it leaves Quartz with really being up against it. Thing is, I don't think Entropy have seen that bomb top middle, at least recently. So that's why they've rotated one player B. Unfortunately for Quartz, it's over. There was no time anyway. TWC will just run him down straight up. And yeah, I mean, that feels just like a bit of a damp squib way to end the round there for Unity, where they could have made that one a little bit more snappy, with Quartz coming to help a bit quicker.
I think what we're seeing from Unity right now is maybe a little bit of overthinking as well as undershooting, right? They're just consistently being challenged by Entropy early on, the kind of peaks that the Entropy are going for, the double nade down middle in the last round as well, just not worried about a spam back, not worried about anyone pushing, not worried about any sort of counterplay out to any side either. Entropy are just getting to have their way with Unity, and there's not been a change up that can truly address it. Maybe some apartments control, maybe a little bit more focus on a faster pop over towards banana. All of these are straightforward solutions, but what does Unity actually opt for? A little bit of both?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, because it seems like right now it's been a little bit, not overcomplicated, but they're just not piecing things together yet. And I guess that can go with, logically, it being a relatively new lineup. But anyway, again, they're trying to fight Banana. Again, they're taking massive damage early with Mikey and Snow. They've been peppered all game, both going 2 and 7. And to be fair, only 2 high. The in-game leader is really putting some numbers in, and that's only 5. So big issues really for Unity in that firepower department at the moment.
And where they might be overcomplicating the CTs, just sit back and chill. They know they've used most of the utility early on, but they're fine with it because largely the duels have then also been going their way. It's a very difficult place to be as a D side, where a CT feels like they can use every single one of their incendiaries in the first minute and just not care. Like, hey, whatever, if they're coming to the bomb site, we'll just kill them. FC and Dell are very well positioned, and with Lumi being so nearby with a flashbang ready to be chucked out should this T side start to execute, this could be seriously problematic. Lumi getting in position. TFC stays behind the smoke that's going to be dissipating. They want to have aggression even now. TFC is taken out. Is this the overstep that Unity was looking for, as Dell is caught out from behind the pillar as well? That one flashbang from too high is just way too good.
Yeah, that's much more like it. And they kept it a bit more simple that time, right? They went together as a group, didn't have to piece things together late round. They weren't picked off one by one across the map. Just stuck themselves alive, kept themselves up until their site take, and that's what works out for them. So, yeah, a bit of a lesson there maybe if you're struggling in your casual games. Sometimes going back to basics can be the way. Great flash, sets up Mikey, like you say.
I'll have you know there's no such thing as a casual game of Counter-Strike. They're all serious, all right?
That is true, actually.
You insult our listeners.
I have also partaken in many an unranked matchmaking game where winning is the only result that matters.
Everyone's like, oh, it's unranked, it's fine. Listen, buddy, I'm 30 years old. If I took out an hour for this, everything is ranked in my head.
Yes, there you go.
Right? This is not how time works anymore. I'm not 15 years old. This isn't supposed to be fun. I want you to be sad when I'm done with this game. Ah, 1-7 in Unity. Would like to at least try and make a climb towards 4 in this half.
Yeah, I've seen this many a time. Where halves which look like they're a walk in the park can suddenly turn into a walk over, I don't know, Lego. Because 7-1, 7-0, tell you what, so many times these halves go to 8-4 or 7-5, and suddenly it's game on, and situations like that and moments like that can change everything. Dela's now all alone on B, only 47 HP. If Entropy win this round, I will be shocked.
They are calling rotations over, and with the bomb still behind, Unity is going to stagger at least long enough for Quartz to join them. Now, the problem is rotation coming over is Lumi, and as much as you'd like to have an op on site on B, it's only if he's able to actually get inside dark. There's not really any other position where he's going to be able to help without an HE grenade unless he wants to push the smoke, and that's risky as hell as it already is. So you're looking at Dela to deliver the goods, and that's with only 47 HP. Lumi has relocated to dark though, so that win condition, maybe it's been established, and they're taking their time. Lumi finds kill number 1. It's a grenade to the back of the site, but it's too high to get the frag, and with Dela to peek out, one more might be all he needs. Dottie is dead without any impact, and where he thought he could have been the difference maker, instead it's an HE grenade from Flaw that finds little other than a tickle. 1 versus 3, and Flaw feels flush with cash. He doesn't realize that the rest of his teammates aren't really feeling the same way, and he's not even going to find a single kill in that exchange.
Yeah, here we go. They have 1 buy left. Entropy, just about. And then 7-3, if they lose it, could turn into 7-4, and then 7-5 like we were talking about very, very quickly. And suddenly the game turns on its head. Does like to do that in R12. Good moves from Unity again. Got the opening kill. Pretty simple. The gamble of playing behind the top banana wood not paying off. Maybe Entropy going to try and fight for it a bit now.
But he gets aggressive into banana. He wants to keep full control over it. The double HE into the grenade smoke is going to do nothing to him. All 4 HEs from the T side have done basically no damage. Dela is already tagged, but that's from the earlier exchange. Four-player stack on the A-bomb site. Entropy are calling it correctly. Can they find the shots as well? Dela's already back inside the site, man. Unity's taking their sweet time with this. Early days into the round, TWC finds himself cut off. Does he feel like venturing back inside the smoke or even over to the arches? Unity are getting 0 information out at bracket, so they'll start to recede back. This is a very good call, and I'm shocked that they're making it, to be honest.
Yeah. Again, they're pretty focused on B in the last 3 rounds, haven't they? They've kind of identified that as a weakness pretty quickly. Whereas it will be a third rotation coming in, or a second, sorry, coming in to help out. But I just don't think 2 is going to be enough with Deli 10 HP on the rotation. If he goes down, which he will, doesn't matter too much because the 2-2 setup is still in play. And they are obviously with 13 seconds left. Now snookered in banana behind that smoke. But hang on, they're going to go over the top onto Dottie, and the plant can come through on 6. You can tell FNL was a little bit panicked on that one, but he got it through. TWC can't deny from the church position. And even though Lumi will USP 1 out of the round, again, this is just round over. Yeah,
one of the cool things that Unity does over there is that those early 4 grenades that I said dealt 0 damage, that is true. They didn't do anything in the damage scale, but they meant they could save many more incendiaries or molotovs. So when they've cleared out brackets, they've held it for long enough to watch out for aggression. Because they took brackets so early on, which is around that 105, 108 mark, even though Entropy stacked it, they didn't feel the pressure of retaking brackets control. So they back off and they're ready to execute into B, knowing that if Entropy are going to take any part of the map again, it's probably going to be brackets. So the B bomb side, they still have 2 Molotovs left because of those HEs that they used earlier on, and that makes that execute so much easier.
Yeah. A little bit of a techie here because Quertz is disconnected. That's the one thing that I really want to see ramp up for Quertz over the course of the series. He's been around the block, Quertz, in multiple EU teams in Tier 3. He had a couple of chances with stand-ins as well. He's always been around and about. In the 2 games I've covered of his on Unity so far, his first bullet and his work that he does on the entry, especially on Mirage B Apartments, I've seen that repeat itself over and over in a couple of games that I've seen of them. I think he's gotten maybe 12 kills alone in the 2 series I've watched, solely from like double entering Mirage B Apartments. I need to see that again today. Is that can you rely upon that? Obviously, it's very difficult to know. But his entry work has been very, very clean, and his first bullet has been brilliant. So yeah, I need a little bit more of that from him. But so far, they can be content with how things have been going here because they have been 7-0 behind and now it's 7-3. And as I said, looks like it's happening again. Half could be getting close, even though Entropy felt like they're in full control.
Travis, have you played Dota?
I have not,
or League of Legends?
I have not,
okay.
Sir.
This will come back to this game, I promise, guys. But we've got a technical timeout. I get to play around these. Let me have some fun.
Okay.
So in Dota, one of the things that we used to say when we were casting, like when I was casting 10, 12 years ago, is that in Dota you have towers. And if a team is very far behind, then very often that you haven't taken down some of the early towers, which are easy to take down. So one fight swinging or one thing going right for you meant that there was a lot of gold you could access or a lot of resources you could accrue just by taking down some of those towers. So you talked about those towers sort of as like hey, these could be really big, easy turning points. And in Counter-Strike, it's something that's quite similar, which is that if you have 2 players and 0 kills, I know this sounds so obvious, but the process from going from 0 kills to 3 kills is ridiculously impactful. Because every time that happens, you're definitely getting 2 rounds out of that just there and then. So when FNL and Quertz are doing literally nothing, you're playing literally 3 versus 5. And I know it's only for 5-6 rounds, but that's enough to give Entropy that 7-0 start. The second they start fragging, Unity has so much more presence on the map, and Entropy's comfort zone is completely demolished. And it's even more impactful in a game like CS because it doesn't matter if I'm getting a round win now or if I got a round win 5 rounds ago. The scoreboard is indifferent. It's ambivalent to when that round win came through. So for Unity, this is one of the reasons why we see so many changes up to 7-5s from like 7-0s and stuff, because most of the time a player just doesn't exist in a 7-0 start. And if you have 2 of those, yeah, it feels a lot easier to come back into it if they just start killing people.
Yeah, I love the analogy. It works quite well. It works quite well. I'll have to see if Entropy's momentum gets stalled by this though, because we'd have a bit of a longer tech pause. We don't know when Quertz is going to be back, but for now we'll save our voices and throw it to a small break, and when we return, we will return. Crazy, right?
I'll be back.
Roger.
God, I was really hoping that we'd go to a break immediately after that.
I don't know if we're muted yet. Let's just double check. And we're back.
Action! You're a fantastic actor, Travis. You know what?
Yeah.
You just went into it.
I can try. I got it in there somewhere.
I believe in you.
Come on, Unity. Let's see if they can keep this comeback going. They're in the game now, finally, after being 7-0 behind. Can they somehow scrape and scrounge a 7-5 out of this? TWC will try and put a stop to that, and this is a bit of a half buy here. So it would be classic CS if this is the round that Entropy find a way to win again. TWC's been able to fall away with his kill as well. I say that, he's not, and the nades are coming flying in. I thought he was going to fall back as soon as that smoke was put up. He just stayed put, and that will mean he goes down.
Law is feeling feisty. He's gone on a little bit of a trip. Comes in from behind, sucker punches out Snow. And now that the sandwich reformed, Flaw, unfortunately, is looking like a bit of a stale piece of bread. Moldy.
Yeah, that was me throwing our old bread out last night, to be fair.
How could you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's culture.
Alright, there's a glimmer of hope here if Dotty goes crazy with the Deeg. Fortunately, Lumi's on the wrong side of the map. Dotty's going to hold on. Two lovely double taps, actually, to deal with FNL, but FNL did just jump out for the sake of his teammate to entry in. So he sacrificed himself for that one. 2 kills in the round already, and now Lumi needs to find 2. Headshot seen, not even a headshot taken. 2i goes down with that body shot on the headshot line easily. Now it's a 1v1. Lumi has no idea where Quirtz could be, but he'll have inklings. Heading toward Pit, does do big damage, and he clears Quirtz beautifully. Okay, Lumi, that might be the best clutch I've seen from you in quite a while.
God, it's the power of the AWP, man. Sometimes you forget how good it can be in these 1vx situations just because you never want to risk it. But hey, if you got money, if you feel like you can take it forward, why not? Entropy are now going to be giving themselves a chance to still stick this into a 9-3 half in Unity. Just watch that fantastic first half possibility flash before their eyes and go into the abyss. 4-8 isn't awful, considering you started 0-7, and that's what they'll inspire to. You can still see the nerves that might very well still exist for Unity. Early push out from Flaw and Lumi. They want to get some apartments control. Real estate hasn't been what it used to once upon a time. There's been a whole crash in China. I don't know if you've been following that, Travis, but...
I've seen multiple world disasters going down lately. But I don't think I've seen that one.
All right. Actually made the housing a lot more affordable. Quirtz right now doesn't want to let Lumi stick around in this house for too long. Lumi will allow Flaw to be hung out to dry. Flaw will dodge out the flashbang, push forward into balcony, and set himself up for a couple of avenues. Now, he's on a crossroads right now. Where does he want to go? Maybe he wants to jump out of a building? Well, that's really the only way he would have stayed alive. But Lumi will adjust, look for vengeance, and instead find a shot to his own head. This is not a done deal. The T side are low, but a good entry or two still gives them control.
He's going to reface top middle, but it's being watched by Snow. 30 seconds left in the round. And now Dotty's got to do it all. 8 is still very good, but it might only be an 8-4, considering they were 7-0 up. Bit of a disappointment, perhaps, for Entropy. They'll still take it. If you asked them beforehand, would you take an 8-4? They'd rip your arm off for that one. But let's see if TWC can pull one off now. Don't forget that 8th only came about due to a crazy Lumi clutch. So yeah, a bit more momentum for Unity, at least overall, at the end of this half. TWC's picked up the kit, but finding 3 duels cleanly is always impossible, really, on Inferno. And Michael will put him down straight away. So Unity will grind out 4. It's enough to keep them competitive. We'll see if it's enough to get them back into the game.
I think the heartbreaking thing is when you remember that this is their map pick.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, especially T side.
Yeah. Yeah. Coming to the CT side, having to rely so much on the pistol never feels good. There's only one team recently that I've watched that has somehow looked ridiculously reliable with the pistol. I was casting 3D Max in one of the tournaments by Star Ladder, whose name I'm not going to say, right out of the player break. I think they won like 15 out of the 16 pistol rounds they played at that tournament.
Yeah. There's a few which do look pretty specialist on pistol rounds sometimes. Look at the numbers and you see it's actually crazy. Good rundown from Limi on 2-high. 2-high had good crosshair placement there, but Entropy have rolled over Unity on this T-pistol. So, could be a case where this could be a relatively quick end to the map. I've seen it turn around, don't get me wrong. For Spies on Inferno will be dangerous, but FNL and Quirts will be just saving their Kevlar here.
Hey, what's another $300? Why not? $350, if we're being specific.
350.
Indeed.
Nice.
Hey.
Another 50.
700. FC. Oh, feeling a little bit like the mindset is on for FNL. He's picking up pocket money. Now listen, you got to get on the Gary Vaynerchuk track. Now you got to go buy some baseball cards or something. I don't know what these guys do over there, but apparently that makes you money. I don't get it.
I've collected trading cards, but none of the really expensive ones. I've got some old sets from back in the day that I still have in my bedroom. Good times. Yeah, so with that money, FNL has bought up the M4. Quirts has an MP9. He was going to go FAMAS, but prioritised Util. And 2-high has gone for the MP9 as well. So this is an incredibly dangerous round. If Entropy win it, 10-4 will turn to 11-4. If Unity win it, then they're back in the game.
Law is maintaining control back out towards bracket, just making sure that there can't be any pushes come through. That's a good HE. That is a great HE, and Lumi might not share my opinion of that grenade, as he has been a victim to most of its damage. Smoke will come through to try and interrupt the T side, and they will start to move back. It can still be rerouting over to the A bomb side if they'd like to. Moving into B when you know it's a force spy, when you know there's been some util used, is always a bit of a risk. And even with more numbers on A, listen, I take those chances. But they don't have any flashes. Actually, this is kind of a weird round in how it's being set up. You're pushing through a smoke without any flashes with a 5-7... Rather, a Deagle and an MP9 on the other side. Kill number 1 looks easy. 2i is going to drop down. That's where the Deagle needs to reveal itself. 2i finds a second kill, stays alive, and a flashbang will give him number 3. This is all fallen apart, and Entropy are realizing that all too late. There's still 15 seconds, and with a few more on that smoke, Della and TWC can at least try and play this post plant.
Della needs his fight, and Banana only will manage to click Snow. That's made a big difference, but he's not found Quirts as well. Now, TWC back at the site, very obvious position with the Galil, and it's the M4 that's about to hunt him down as well. Can he somehow find a way in this one? And will creep into Paul. Perfect cross-out placement though, and Quirts is jumping at him, and TWC's got it sorted. Fair play to Entropy for that. Honestly, I think Unity will force buy again here, knowing they've taken everyone down but one. We'll have to see. Yes, here we go. But that was a great chance for Unity to get back into the game. They did a great job with 2-high and that many kills at the first point of call on that B bomb site. And even the second one was incredible, really, with a bit of flash support too. And they couldn't finish off the job.
I'm telling you, man, TWC and Floor are actually decent at this level.
Yeah.
Like, I know exactly what you mean by sometimes they can look pedestrian. But at the level this team is currently on, you see some good signs from them at times. Of course, we'll find one. Flaw, buddy, I was just praising you. Can you not do this to me? Man.
Yeah, this is what the main thing they need to be concerned about, because it's pretty much the same round as before in a way. It's a similar force. It's similarly dangerous as well, if not slightly more so. And Unity know they're on the edge of breaking them and could have a path back into the game if they win it. Dotty's gonna get caught jumping, trying to get out of the apartment. Those railings always proving to be just a nuisance, right? That's a desk smasher, if ever I saw one. 2v4, and just no consistency for Entropy in these rounds, and a 2v4 clutch, or any sort of clutch here, relies on them removing snow ASAP. There is the one, and the plant can come through all over again. Denny will look to jump into apartments. He's got time to do so. Again, this is doable.
You said this was exactly the same kind of round as the last. I didn't realize it would be even down to the same numbers. 2v3 as TWC hides away. He's in the same position Snow was, so you need to deal with him fast. FNL's the only player who can try and do that. And a flash to his face would be a good way to start, but Util's been used and TWC's been distracted. Can't find anything. Leaves Dele alone, and Dele's running out of ammo. CTs will get themselves onto the bomb. They can defuse it even if Dele hadn't been taken down. There's no way he was going to get a sightline off it. It's Unity to find number 5.
Okay, they've changed the result then, at least. 2 relatively similar rounds, ending on 2 different bomb sites, even though the other portions of it were similar. The endings are different. Mikey will help out on that retake. He's got 9, 10, 11. He's counting up with his KAD in this game. And yeah, now they're really in the game because Entropy are going to go for what looks like, I was going to say what looks like a full force, but they've got 2 players holding back a little bit. Again, this round is dangerous if they go quick and they find an opening kill somewhere, but Unity, if they win this one, they've got a real shot at coming back. Easy. Just like that.
That's
now
as straightforward as it gets. 10-7 and 1 more gun round is all Unity really needs to start breathing down the Swedish necks. Never good when you add a nationality behind necks. I realize that as I say it. It's okay if I say breathing down their necks, but the Swedish necks, and suddenly it's all like, well, maybe we workshop that.
Mikey is going to start the round again, and against the full eco, it should be all good. Oh yeah, something I wanted to mention to you, and just while you're on the full eco, I may as well mention it. I can't remember if you even replied to me or not. So much has happened recently, I can't remember if you've messaged me or not. But at Cologne, I played paddle for the first time, and I really enjoyed it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
How was it?
It was good. I really enjoyed it.
Did you feel like your tennis translated?
I feel like it was a bit more squash that translated.
Have you played squash?
A lot of squash, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Then you're like the perfect person to get into it.
Exactly, yeah. I really enjoyed it. Once I learned some of the rules about what lines the ball can't cross and how to serve properly, I kind of learned that lobbing is very OP.
Yeah.
We won 2 rounds, one against Freddy, funnily enough.
Of course.
And one against, I think, 2 women who were also competing, also involved in esports in some way. It was like some sort of esports get together. Made the semi-final, lost. Me and Neo lost to 2 much better players.
Is Neo any good, by the way? Because like I've talked to Neo, and Neo's like, "Hey, I'm pretty good." Like, I want to see it first.
He's good. He's good. He's better than me, obviously, because he's played a lot more. He definitely can, I think, back it up. I would say.
Okay. All right.
But so yeah, it was really fun, and I would like to play again soon because it's a different type of racket sport, very much like compared to what I'm used to.
Entropy would like to try and get the same kind of rounds they were before, though. They don't want change, and they've hated the change that's come through in the results in the last few. They've got full control over arches, and it feels like they've swarmed out A. The CTs are trying to release themselves from the site and then re-initiate back in, but they'll do so with 1 number less. And they would like. It's Snow who's still being hunted. That's an op that should get an easy kill. But all in the meanwhile, actually, Flaw comes in, gets the peek through from an angle Snow didn't expect. And Mikey has to watch as Flaw will then get away and give 0 chance to Unity for retaking this.
Yeah, it's a pretty important round for Entropy because there's a real chance that Unity could string a few together here and really get back into even heel again. Back on level terms, but not the case. Entropy have made sure to hurt them a bit more. Dotty trying to get away from the bomb will definitely go down to Mikey here, but whether Mikey saves or not is another matter. Slight overpeak there, perhaps. FC will be forced all the way through. Did you see that clip the other day of the new bomb explosion on Inferno? Obviously, lots of people have been talking about how you can survive on Church on the altar now, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Did you see that one the other day where 2 T players had the bomb planted on A, went into CT spawn, so there's plenty of walls in the way, and both died on 100 HP?
You know,
that's crazy.
So I was casting a game with Alan
Yeah.
where it was planted on B, and a guy was all the way like next to library, but in CT spawn, and he died as well. Like, I don't get it. But okay.
It is weird. It is a bit. It's more unintuitive, I'd argue. So, whether that
Otherwise, it
changes
was
in
just
time.
like, hey, circle.
Yeah.
Get out of circle. Get into circle. Hey. But listen, Valve is always good about listening to feedback. Shout out to Valve just releasing that stickers situation as well. It's very reassuring to see.
That's actually very true. Like that's not no bearing on gameplay whatsoever, but huge bearing on teams. It's probably not the solution that teams want. They wish it would be the old way, but it shows that they realise that they messed up badly with that cologne sticker arrangement.
Listen, anything is good at this point, and Dottie knows that as well as he picks up that second kill, and he's got more. Where that came from, it's going to be a full 4 versus 2, leaving only 2 high here on this A bomb site. Flaws feeling frisky as he wants to take a fight, but all in the meanwhile, his teammates are going to be challenging Mikey here on B. 2 high is gone. Mikey now gets a chance to fight. They thought about backing off there, which would have been a little bit scary had Mikey been able to take down Lumi or in a 1 versus 2, always possible, but instead Unity find themselves backed against a wall. This seemed like the inevitable outcome with the way this map started, and Entropy are pushing further and further towards it.
Yeah, this is quite impressive. And we've already talked about this quite a bit early on in the game, right? But this puts Unity in a real tough position in the Vita going on to Cash. Like, I'm not going to pretend like Entropy have won every single game on Cash. In fact, they've lost 4 of their last 5. But they've adopted it way more than Unity have and have played it way more. As I said, you know, and of all the teams at this level, lots of teams are playing Cash and are not banning it, but no one has played it more than Entropy, I think. So Unity are in a bit of bother, I think.
Goodbye, Quirts. He's had a good step up in how things started. It's been very impactful at times, but Dottie's been really unbeatable. Now that he's on the C side, spots out Snow as well. That spam's not stopping until the magazine is dry. Snow is fortunate that he stays alive, but that fortune is limited. Entropy are already counting up to 13. It's just a matter of 2 kills, and 2 high isn't about to change that. Mikey left alone. 1 versus 4. He's going to say goodbye. Double swing, and Dottie's there to close. It is easy for Entropy on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, really impressive, actually. And that comes with that 7-0 half, you know, or 7-0 start, I should say. Sure, Unity had a bit of a way back into that one. They made that half acceptable. Maybe I should also do the same, and maybe move back a little bit. But yeah, like, that was very, very decent from Entropy, and that puts them in a great position in the whole BO3 now, because we know that Unity, while they have played it and won it the one time they have played it, maybe Cash is a bit more of a lottery because it can be a bit of an aim map and comes down to individual ability. Quirts and the boys are going to have to show up because I've seen it happen before where they do show up and the individual looks like it's unstoppable. They're going to need to activate that for sure into Cash. We'll see if they can do that very soon after the break.
Unity get absolutely eclipsed on their own map pick. Not a single spot of sunshine coming out of that very dark day. It's going to be Cash, where they hope to do the same to Entropy. Welcome back to Thunderpick European Series number 2 Tea Time with Travis.
Here we go. Cash, a bit of fun. Will it be fun for Unity? I'm not so sure. It's a map they barely play. And Entropy, on the other hand, play it a lot. And Mikey took quite a long time to kill TWC there, and because of that, he let Snow die. That's a bit unfortunate. In the meantime, after that attack toward A, they're going to attack toward B. Bomb can come through, do a fake to begin with. Dillard's found Mikey in the end anyway. This should be totally fine for Entropy to secure the T-pistol.
How are you feeling about Cash? How have you been feeling about Cash, Trav, as far as how it's been playing out on a competitive level?
I think it's what I like about it is that it's still just a reskinned version of the good version of Cash, right? Like, it's not the green one or the one with the mid window or whatever.
Yeah.
It's the good version. It's the version that's very entertaining to watch. It shows off the individual ability of certain players. And also, A bomb site still giga retakeable. B bomb site with the right utility and maybe a flank through useless, also very retakeable. So
wait, sorry, what's useless? I don't even know that call out.
The room between
room and checkers?
Garage and B main, pretty much.
Oh, right. Got it.
That little square.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the original call out from back in the day. I think I'll show you when I think you can see it anyway. Right. But yeah, the fact that both bomb sites are so retakeable for me has made this map pretty exciting to watch more often than not. And we don't have as retakeable map in the game, I think, as Cash. I think A site of Ancient is the only other really retakeable bomb site, and obviously B's pretty similar, but yeah, I think Cash is easier on A than others. So that's what makes it fun for me. And I've watched a couple of teams look really, really good on the map so far. Sharks is a team I've watched a bit, of course, now called Dendele. Yeah, they're really good. And
okay.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it, at least for now. Anyway, I do wish, that's the one thing that we've all talked about. I think we know how we feel about this one. Why did it have to be overpass? Bit of a shame.
I think one of the cool things about seeing Cash back for me is because of how long it took. Counter-Strike's completely changed, and like you said, Cash really hasn't changed that much. So we've gone from a level of CS where, you know, back in 2018, Elma Putty, hey, TFC, I see you. Back in 2018, you know, Elma Putty's making videos about the double incendiary that Astralis is throwing on Banana Inferno, to now the level of tactics in CS has gone up so much. But this is fundamentally the same map. You get to see such an interesting contrast if you were a fan back in CSGO, or if you revisit some of those old Cash VODs in CSGO about how much the game has changed in a very direct one-to-one. Like, there's no transition period where people are leveling up so slowly that you don't realize they've leveled up.
Yeah, I think there's a few things that have barely changed and a few things that have changed. And of course, as well, in the modern day of Cash, we have the nades breaking smokes, and that's a big thing that has changed. A couple of you know, ways you take sites and what smokes you use and everything. So yeah, I'm quite happy with how it's playing for now. But as you said, as we both said, it's why couldn't it have been for maybe an Inferno or a Dust 2 or something like that? So it'd be a bit of a nicer.
Hey, get out of the Dust 2. I'm with you on the Inferno. Get out of the Dust 2.
Yeah,
right? Fair
enough.
Fantastic map.
I mean, I just don't like how unretakeable B is, but yeah. Dust 2 is Dust 2.
Pretty untakeable.
Yeah, Dust 2 is Dust 2. Fair enough. Yeah. I get that. Yeah, I think Inferno. I mean, I even would prefer Mirage to stay. Honestly, I know that's maybe an unpopular opinion, but Mirage is just a good map for entertainment
Mirage is the
value.
best map.
Yeah,
like, in the pool.
Yeah,
for watching CS in like a map 3 situation.
Yeah. So yeah, I just what they've done to overpass and train makes me a little bit sad, because we actually had some tactical slow T-side maps there, and they're gone.
Well, let's see what Entropy can do over here with a faster T-side map. We're getting into the gun round, so we can stop reminiscing. Mikey, I'm sorry, buddy, you're on fire, and not in the way you want it to be. He stays on fire. Yeah. Quick peek out as FNL will be able to make his debut on the catwalk. Sachet and kill.
Ooh,
The
okay.
chaotic situation is Too High still able to reveal he was hidden away in the back of Checker a few times over. Now shows that he's back into the bomb site. He's making a move with the bomb, and Too High's caught with his gun away. He's still able to back off, and a flashbang will make sure that the bomb can be planted. All of the CTs are coming in through Heaven and CT main. How are they going to try and make this work? Molotov is going to be well placed. No's given the incendiary. He has to try and set up for his teammates to come back into the bomb site, but this is going to be a repeated 2 versus 2. Snow's not going to be allowed back into the bomb, so there's still an incendiary, and Flaw tries to take first contact over here. Too High manages to snuff them both out, and you really get a very good B-side retake. Like you said, if you know the util, very retakeable.
There you go. Works out well. It'd be a bit annoying for Entropy because I bet they would have felt like that one was able to be grabbed again. Wouldn't be the first time they would have won a round from a disadvantageous situation in an afterplant in this game. Remember the TWC clutch, I think it was, on Inferno. Was it Dotty? I can't remember. It all blends together. But yeah, they still got money for a following buy here as well. Libby also got a great clutch on the CT side on Inferno, which contributed to Entropy getting over the line. Let's see how Unity look when the gun rounds go back to back here, because, as I said, the firepower is a little bit of an issue on map 1. You see a little bit more from Quirts for me. Too High's been very good individually, but you can't expect that from all game when you're in-game leader. And already Mikey's been caught by TWC dropping down with that flash in middle, and he tries to flash his way up highway as well, but Snow will stop him.
Lumi's asking for them to make a mistake, and FNL does. He doesn't die for it, though, because sometimes life's not fair and gives you second chances. Dotty wants to take that second chance away, and Snow will be the one to suffer. In the meanwhile, it is FNL who is low and alone, and exactly how he'll go down. Too High, fast move over towards the safe site. HE grenade will be used to pop open the smoke while Dele dies elsewhere. It's a 2 versus 2, and the bomb's still nowhere near the site. When the digits can finally be dialed, that Molotov will be late from Quirts, so it can't be used to deny. Flaw. Wait. Well, they now use for the CTs. Flaw might not be able to use this Molotov in time. Spots out Too High, who somehow gets himself another kill. He's been having one hell of a game already in these last 2 rounds, but a flank out from Lumi is going to be the end of it. Quirts doesn't realize what's going on over here. Lumi's inside the smoke, moves through, spots him out, and a quick scope is all he needs.
That's really nice from Lumi. As soon as I saw his idea and the cogs turning with his push back through the smoke towards CT and truck, I was like, okay, yeah, he's got this onto lock and key. It wasn't an easy shot, I'll give him that. That was actually quite a difficult shot to hit at the end there, that quick flick close range near the smoke, but yeah, the decision immediately was a good one.
Gotta love it when operators are feeling like they want to take a bit of a fight around the smokes. Ooh, CTs want control. They've got 2 players very aggressively posted out towards middle. It's the MP9 that has to find something. Too High just keeps on delivering, man. He's 6 and 2 while they're losing 4 to 1. That might change. At least that should change when you're in a 4 versus 3. Mikey?
Waiting for the white box peak. I think Too High's going to give him anything for free when they're in a 4v3. If it was disadvantage, maybe he'd go looking for something, but I think they're pretty happy with what they've got for now. They need as many CT rounds as they can possibly get. FNL waiting on Heaven. Still a good angle, this one. But with no one coming door, I bet you wish he was on maybe a slightly more wider one. He does actually go wider. There we go. FNL does go for Dotty. Takes him out. Very aggressive move from Floor, though. And he survives that fight with 100 HP. And with him being the bomb carrier, he might be able to get it down now as well.
He's going for a full save plant, and he'll receive a nade for it. Lumi covers off once, but that second shot being missed. I think Flaw's out of bullets. I don't think he reloaded. No, he did. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Mikey is feeling fantastic.
Good old Mikey. This is a guy that we were hoping a lot was going to be one of the next big things to come out of like the tier 3, tier 2 scene. There was that period where he was just playing pretty much excellently every single game, always dropping like 18 to 14 sort of KDs. Like, it wasn't lights out, but it was incredibly consistent in the roles that he was playing in. Then he got that chance to trial with OG, and he wasn't bad with OG. In fact, Crizzen qualified to the main Thunderpick event a couple of years ago with the Mikey roster. I think it had Fiku at the time, maybe even kogutos as well. Can't remember. But yeah, unfortunately, they never signed him permanently, and he kind of fell away ever since that moment, and never really made that step up we hoped. But he's got that ability, that sort of cerebral nature of always finding himself at the right place at the right time, just maybe delivering the goods when he's in the right place at the right time. Is sometimes what his downfall is. But good 2 kills there, and Unity have 2 rounds as well.
One of the nice changes that Unity have made, which probably should have been there from the start, but they've started very consistently incendiaring out the boost boxes. And that's delayed Entropy's default by so much. It completely staggers them, and all in the meanwhile, Quartz gets a very good position alongside Snow out towards the B side. So all you have to do is worry about Highway. A is not going to be easy to penetrate. FNL is playing at the back of quad, and unless that gets Molotoved out, you're not going to do much about that position. Mikey, aggressive. Every CT is getting ready to peek off of a bit too hard of a contact, but with Quirk's dying, they might want information. Utility starts coming over. That's the only information they're going to get. Mikey walks into a spray, almost taken down, but he's still got some fight left in him. Now it's gone. FNL, well, he adds in more than a couple of kills, and 2 eyes yet to reveal. Fully flashed up a timing that cannot be matched. Snow will deliver, and Flaw has to do the same. A 3K required, but a triple might be cut short. Those aspirations are suspected. Flaw playing from the back of Fork. He's just covering off the cross. He thinks he's still going to be behind Red. And now starts to move away. That timing is impeccable, but Flaw still has 2High to face off with, and 2High has been a man unstoppable, untouchable, immutable, and it's going to be Unity on 3.
What do I say about retakes, man? Already we've seen so many clutches around this A-bomb side. It still provides the entertainment when it comes to that, that's for sure. And yeah, 2High is really putting his team on his back with the captaincy and the fragging at the moment. Great clutch, important one as well to not let Entropy kind of streak clear. That win puts them down to an eco. The right time to win it. Unity, of course, not the cleanest rounds in a row for them, so their money is also somewhat broken. So I wouldn't have blamed Entropy if they went for a proper force here, but they'll focus their own money on the next round. Go for a faster play toward B this time. These Tech 9s can definitely overrun you if you're not careful. And Quirtz will get one on toward Dotty, but Flaw's already taken him out, and they can cross and get the bomb planted all over again.
If they had a flashbang, they would have went, oh, double nade is take down Lumi. No, it bounces. It doesn't get the damage they thought it would. If they had a flashbang, this would have been CT, spawn completely taken over as well, but now you have to actually move through. The lack of flashing for the CTs is important as well. 2High doesn't want to be the one throwing them because he's coming through with the charge, but the Tech 9 misses completely. Lumi does the same, and now it's all gone. Unity looking fantastic on these retakes, and this half-buy disaster that was brewing is going to be quickly solved. Kid on Snow will be the guarantee. 4-4, Unity equalized.
They keep getting so much progress, Entropy, with whatever buy they have, but not being able to close out the last 3 in a row is now getting Unity in the game, giving them belief and more confidence that they can really fight for this one, even if it's a map that they've barely touched. Every single time I cover a cash game, I look to see if there's been a professional player in the server out of the 10 that has been a professional in 2019, because that was when the map was last in the pool. Obviously, in the server today, we have no one who is a professional player really in 2019, at least on HLTV. So none of them would have ever played cash officials before, which is cool why Entropy have maybe tried to adopt it so quickly. Not a difficult map to learn, but it does make for an interesting point that many of these guys would have never played a cash professionally before.
ready and waiting. They know they've given up middle and they want to fight through highway because of it. 4v2 CTs take damage, but the Ts have been a little bit lackluster at finishing that off before as well. Claw backs off. Beautiful kill, right through the smoke. There's still a lot of time left, but in their process of recovering the bomb, they lose another man. It's 2 versus 2 as the trade does come out, and Dottie is making the difference. Quartz lost a fall, and finally Entropy fight back.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And they didn't get put off. Their plan didn't get put off by the fact Snow got that kill from Quad to begin with. And they also knew that so many of these rounds in a row for Unity were so close. 1v1s, 2 players alive, 1 player alive. One round would be enough to break them again, and it has, look. So they're in a good position to make sure they get a tie on the half, if not more here.
I mean, every round Unity's won has been a retake, right? As much as we're saying, hey, it's really good for retakes, it's kind of hard to reset the T-side economy ever. You're consistently playing against very good weapons, and if you want to be getting some very good news on how the Thunderpick Championship is going, you can go check out Hotspot for all of their coverage.
Yeah, Hotspot a good lads. I was very fortunate enough to go to Malta for the Thunderpick LAN last year. I did an interview with them, and they were very chill, very cool, very fun. I think they do some good work over there, so shout out Hotspawn. I think they're running their own tournaments as well at the moment, so pretty cool.
I'd love to see it. Publication trying to invest into Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike's very lucky with the publications we have, to be fair. I mean, I wish we had more of them. Some of the older ones that have now ceased to exist. You know, your double taps of the world, for example. I really, really miss double tap, to be honest. But HLTV obviously keeping the scene alive.
Pretty much.
With how they managed all of the VRS systems. It is impeccable stuff for us. We're very spoiled. And for good reason. We deserve to be spoiled. We're the best. And screw you if you disagree.
Yeah. All the other websites, whether it's in other esports or in Counter-Strike, that are similar to HLTV, are all just imitations of the GOAT.
Yeah. Dude, it's so frustrating, by the way, because I actually follow some other esports. It's so hard to follow.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard to follow up. This is going to be a quick smoke because they want to push through the incendiary, but Mikey's got their number and he keeps on dialing it in. Drop down from Delhi. Mikey doesn't realize Delhi almost gets 2. That would have been a true disaster. Too high. Running out in mid-floor, wants to move out and make sure that they can't move up highway fast enough. It's a straightforward call, but too high in the off angle is going to be enough to deal with them. A deep flashbang could still go a long way if Lumi can find his way through into the bomb site. Oh, he plants, but look at how the CTs are splitting up and coming through from 3 different angles. The op spotted out. Lumi refaces. It's going to be a tag through the ladder. Now he looks back to Snow. Snow's the only player with really any health to speak of. TWC and the rest of them all low. TFC's gone. Flashbang means that Lumi's got a full 1v3 to deal with. And an AWP means that you don't care about the opponents being low. Unity will find 5 with 3 alive.
Yeah, and you can forgive many players that are in Quirtz's position there for thinking, oh my god, we're all low. I need to get myself forward. We haven't got a kit picked up either. I need to push out of car and go with my teammates to close down Lumi quickly. Many players would have done that and exposed themselves to maybe Lumi going a bit more aggressive. But they know Lumi being last alive, he had to make the play. Quirtz could wait while his 2 riflers tried to figure it out. And it worked out that way in the end. Just patiently waiting on truck like that. So, I mean, that's a mistake that I've made many times. I'm so desperate to, like, help a teammate or play with them and make sure I'm close for a trade that I push forward too soon or rush it in any way. And not rushing that retake there for Unity was nice to watch.
Too high. Are they going for a reverse boost? TFC's worried about that fact. He's got a deagle, though, so this isn't really a very good weapon to take this fight. And Exhibit A. Mikey's been very hard to contest in middle, to be fair. These last few rounds, Quirtz. Secondary AWP. And he's got the elevation. Quirtz misses his shot because of it, and Snow will try to move over with a primary. Snow doesn't fight fire. They fire fast enough, and that fight is lost with Snow getting control over CT spawn as well. Mikey will have to come through with a useless flank. Or does he? They're collecting back into CT. This is very good post-line positions for the T side. They're not going to be affected by the utility at all. And without a smoke, Lumi should be the linchpin of this round. And the smoke just picked up. Lumi still might be the linchpin of this round. Flashbang is great, but FNL managed to recover fast enough. Della and Della. All day 7-5 secured for Entropy, but it's not quite as squeaky clean of a half as they would have wanted it to be. Unity show us they're pretty familiar with the machinations of Cash as well.
Yeah, impressed for Entropy, and now I would imagine that this is their side they're a little bit more comfortable with. I mean, as I said, they've only won 6 out of the 11. It's not like they've won every single cache they've played, or if it's a really solid map for them. Numbers suggest that's not the case. They've won 50% on CT, 51% on T, but it's still solid enough. The thing that I want to see here is a pistol round win, because they only won, they've played this map a lot and have played it pretty well. They only won 7 out of 22 pistol rounds. So to really get this game confirmed in what feels like a possible 2-0, gonna start well here.
Starting off with full 5 Kevlar though. I don't know why, that just makes me feel a little bit less certain about their future in this pistol, but they will at least have numbers on this A-bomb site in time. Lumi's got a lot to do, and he's found the first kill. Fantastic job from TWC to follow it up, and suddenly it's a 5 versus 2. You've got nothing, absolutely nothing on this A-bomb site. 5 Kevlars, hell yeah, that's a Chad Counter-Strike pistol round right there. Just headshot them.
Exactly. Good work. No plant. Unity will have to full eco.
The reason why we never called it useless when we used to play Cash back in the day is because it would get a little bit confusing, because that's also what all my teammates called me.
Yeah, I think that joke's been used a few times over the years for Cash, hasn't it?
Actually, we just called it empty.
Yeah, that's also fair. It's not like it would be confused with any other call out. There's an empty pillar on Mirage, obviously, but yeah, not on Cash. So empty or useless was always is fair. I always went for useless. Sunroom, toxic, similar call out as well. There's a toxic barrel, of course, under the ladder to Lumi's left right now on A. So a few. There's also, you could argue that a few of those barrels as well are headshot angles. Lots of people would call it headshot. That's why this headshot angle on White Box is called White Box, and the actual headshot, where Nico got his famous clip over all those years ago, is called headshot.
Ooh, speaking of headshots, we used to call the sugar cube, actually.
True, actually. Yeah, I remember that one too. Full eco, by the way, and it's a 3v5 for Entropy, so this is dangerous.
One thing that Entropy has going for them is that none of the rifles have been recovered yet. What's not going for them is that they have 0 utility alongside these M4s, and Dottie is feeling the breeze around his ears. He doesn't have a cap on, he doesn't have protection, so even a Glock could be his undoing very quickly. Just taking a good angle for that, but he needs a multicle. 2's minimum, 3's recommended. Doctor's made that order. At least he gets bare minimum. Lumi can come over and try and stop the cross. It's too high to go down first, but FNL, wide swing. And 2 M4s now recovered. Armor or not, Flaw should have a hard time dealing with them when this vent hasn't been broken. Now Flaw's walking out into death. He knows he's already lost this one. Mikey's ready to receive. It is a eco victory. That's not even a force buy coming out from Unity.
Yeah, that's a big one. That is a big one. They had 2 deagles total, I'm pretty sure. That is all that it takes to get a bit of a crack open in the round and then force it wide open. Entropy are down to pistols of their own. Maybe where Unity can get themselves going on map 2. Maybe take this one all the way.
Guys, they want an eco. You have to win an eco. Not forced by. TWC's regressed a little bit to the mean in cash right now, and I don't know if that might be, still some discomfort on the map as much as a team they've played a lot of it. We have to caveat this with, yeah, you're going to have one or two players who aren't completely comfortable with their positions even now. You're just comparing, 500 to 800 face-it matches on every other map compared to 50 on cash, probably.
Fortunately, this one's not going to be a recovery force win for Entropy, and that is a good little way to end it too. You go over and above rather than risk peeking on what is flat ground, and headshot angles can be held. Headshot always very possible with those digs. We saw it in the previous round. So nothing doing there on the force. It'll be a full eco. 8 all coming in. Unity might have something left in this one.
Pleasantly surprised. See, what I want to see from Unity in particular is I want to see Snow show us some T-side hopping. Because it is so weird on cash. I haven't really seen any T-side hoppers that look like they're fully comfortable yet. And clearly Unity are pretty well drilled. Like, they understand this map well. They have obviously been scrimming it. And it's their initial few officials, but I'd like to see Snow perform. Quick jump away back into the fight. It's 5 alive and money made. Eight all, no AWP available for Lumi.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a problem on the CT side of cash. Probably we're getting to see that might be one of the most impactful maps in the pool now when you don't have an AWP. Like, he will juggle his flashes.
This is a very passive phase for a team which is as poor as it is. Double nade planned out for Lumi. He will swiftly dodge it. I like the Todd. CTs are comfortable waiting, but I don't know if they should be. Full execute onto the B-bomb set is being planned. They are priming their utility out from Sunroom, and the last bit of util to be chucked down into middle is Mikey's. He's making sure there's no one here who can fast rotate in through the vents, and there's someone inside the vents. Mikey will be spotted out. Della moves back in. He realizes what's coming over his way. It's a B-side hit. Mikey loses his life. FNL trades out onto Della, and with that, FNL will try and move into the bomb site. Blast inside the site is TWC, and TWC's picking up numbers. There's that recovery we wanted. 3 quick kills, and all of that tempered planning goes to waste.
So one of the teams that I was talking about earlier that I feel like were good on cash was Denderley, the Sharks team. I want to add Hotu to the list as well. And one of the main reasons for that is Norbert anchoring the B-bomb site. Norbert is so good in general, to be fair, even now.
You had me at Norbert.
Exactly. His B anchorage on cash is one of the things I think is so good about Hotu's CT side. And that from TWC is not really a hold you ever see from that position. The fact that you got 3 from there is rare, and he's done very well. Early start to the round following off the rip for Dotty. He only goes 1 for 1 though. Thankfully they don't know about Della, and they've still got Lumi to help out in middle. So 4v3 and man advantage recovered.
That's a great read from Entropy, just as you can find a lot of great reads out on hotspawn.com. Because you can read there. They've got words and shit. Entropy got a great read out on middle, though, with all of that extra utility, lots of extra HEs being primed up over there, just ready for that rush through the smoke on top of the CT incend. And now Unity lose out another.
Yep, nothing doing for Quirts here. And Floor will take him down. 4 players alive as well, and Entropy is starting to streak toward that finish line.
Unity have got their last buy. If you lose over here, you've lost the map. You've lost the series. It's there and then. And as much as I've liked the depth coming out from them, even in the round they lost, in the first gun round they lost, it looked like they were in very much control. I do also have to remind everyone of what happened to them in Inferno, and this is a team that clearly mentally can be rattled. And out onto too high. Flaws as blind as can be. Oh, Molotov for Flaw. He's been funneled forward into an HE.
Oh.
Gets a kill, makes it look easy. And with Lumi nearby, it might as well be. Unity left with 1 and very soon left with none. That's 4 alive, and Entropy are cleaning up the cache.
Yeah, the worst part is now Entropy have hit 11 at the worst time for Unity, because they've got nothing left. They can get an AK out. They can get too high on one as well, but Snow, FNL, and Quirts are not going to have much.
What do you even call coming out of this timeout? Hey, we're going for double hero AK? You ever heard of a good that are 2 heroes? You never have 2 heroes. Either a full team or just the one. They have 0 flashes. That's kind of concerning.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? You want to try and see a team have... Smokes can do some blockage of vision, but flashes can pop you into places. TWC is in the open somewhat, but he's got Della's help, and Della's not overpeaking too much, but I'm just trying to get Mikey into the play, and now, unfortunately, Mikey's 8 HP with his AK. Looks like they want to try and fall back and give it to a different player, but now it's even worse. Snow's down to 13. Quirts himself with the other set of Kevlar, by the way, is down to 49. So even though they haven't lost a man, the plan is down the pan.
I'm trying to think of a rhyme trap. I'm not good at this. And in their faces, that door goes slam. I don't know why it sounds like a children's book now, but slightly rude.
But they're not on LAN.
Oh, man.
And hopefully they won't be taking a ban.
How do they go to the A-bomb side? They will have ran as Dotty waits and holds high his hand. Can he slap them down? Can he push them away? Lumi's turned around, Fall. Oh, damn. He's been taken down there and then. Quirts adds in a little bit of team kill and goodness as well. And while there could have been some hope to climb up into the bomb site, it's now gone.
Yeah, and maybe hope for the series is gone as well. You were spot on, Tea Time. You said, look, Inferno might be a bit more of a 50-50 map between these two, with Unity having played it a bit lately and looked okay on it. But if Entropy win it, they go into cash being strong favourites, and they're going to pull it off here, I think. I'm seeing promising signs from Unity, but they're just not being able to piece it together so far yet. And Too High, you know, if he's top fragging as the in-game leader, that's not the best sign in the world. I haven't seen the quirts that I saw the other day yet either. The snappy, flicky quirts that can just hit headshots out of nowhere. Maybe because they haven't played Mirage. I don't know. Oh, and even the wall bangs are going their way as well. Those windows are paper thin in that mid garage, and Too High is out already.
Yeah. Take that one home, boys. Get yourself some accusations, Lumi, baby. Yes, please. 18 and 11. And keeps it going. Yeah, my kids know I understand your confusion. I get it. But this is either a 2 versus 5, or you're out of the group stage. Seems like it might be the case. Both left very low. Entropy on the verge of qualifying to the playoffs. Thunderpick World Championship, second European Series, and there you have it. Looking good as they do it as well. Entropy right now are honestly feeling like they're a cut above people right around this level at the very least.
Yeah, and what's one of the things about Entropy as well, right, is that they can... The motivation for them to be able to, push up as a full Swedish team again. There's many Swedish teams out there at the moment which are showing promising signs, right? The top of tier 2, let alone, feeding down the ranks. So, yeah, that's some good stuff from them. Unity, I'm not going to pretend like it's the best win in the world over them, because Unity is still new, learning the ropes with 2 high on the in-game leader and having FNL and Snow on the team. But still, to get it done cleanly 2-0, it was that 7-0 start on Inferno that really seemed to get them up and running and made us feel pretty convinced that this was going to be a victory for them.
Absolutely, and with that said and done, they will be able to move forward triumphant. We've still got one more team to be confirmed for the playoffs. That'll be between Misa and Bebop. That's coming up next after an extended break. If you don't like this extended break, blame Unity for it. They couldn't take us to map 3. Misa and Bebop, though, hopefully will be a even more competitive and even more fun series. We're going to be back after an hour. See you then.
Welcome back to Thunder Pit. We got one more team to push forward to the playoffs. It's myself, Get the Bag Mark, here with Tea Time after a little hour break. You know, I'm taking over for Trav. It's big shoes to fill, Tea Time. You got a great mustache, my friend. I'm just seeing this.
Thanks, man. It's new. I love it when people tell me they like my mustache. Yeah, I got the handlebars and everything. Very small, but hey, at least I get to get a little bit of action in there. But hopefully we can see action in more than just my mustache, because I'm not on camera for that long, actually, for this show.
I would agree. And I think I can transition that to one of these two teams, because the last time I got to see this Misa roster, there unfortunately wasn't much action going down. I saw them kind of get beat down a bit to 0-2. You're gonna honestly, you know, like, take all the camera time we can to do that. Like you said, we don't have a lot of it, but yeah, I don't know. This Misa team got like beat down pretty bad. The first time I got to watch them over in like a CCT close qualifier versus kind of a random team called Bench Gods. I don't know if you've gotten to see any of them. They're kind of a wild watch, but where we get to tune it up to Bebop, a more familiar face. And where I gotta say, at the end of this, the last time tea time that I got to check in with this Bebop roster was more like Bebop X Sandgal that we had going on here. I was watching like Norway and Dennis on the end of this team, but now we brought in Red Zed. I'm pretty sure we're rocking like with Red Zed fully, and then Whiteout has been like that fifth toss between himself and a guy named Xander, who's currently like about to play a LAN with K28. So I'm pretty sure we're getting Whiteout today.
Well, we've also got Misa, and I'm pretty sure we're getting all of them today. Why don't we take a look at the veto and see where they want to end up on Misa to end up picking out Dust 2. We've got Bebop coming through with a nuke. We've got Ancient. No, not the Ancient's banned now. Anubis as it decided to. Dude, I've not watched Anubis in a minute. It feels like with all of the teams transitioning over to cash these days for, you know, the first pick material, Anubis has really fallen out of favor.
Unironically, at this level, like, we have been seeing like the cash spam kind of throughout this, especially Misa. That's probably why. I mean, Bebop, they like haven't been playing it, but the reason they can like float that fully is because Misa also don't play that Ancient, which they don't love to pick either. It was Misa that played better in that Bench God series I was talking about in that Dust 2. So I think I'm, you know, I'm kind of excited for that reasonably. They still lost, so they have a new opper here. I think that could be interesting. They have a player called Hawk, so I think this is a guy that is a little bit younger and may come to replace, I believe it was Murtowski, in an interesting way. He played all right in that Bench God series, but it wasn't like anything insane.
I know very little about the Misa side. I think I've seen them play in one close qualifier, like you mentioned. But one of the things is that if they got blown out of the water by Bench Gods, I did get to watch Bench Gods a little while ago. They're a decent team. I won't take that away from them. I think they're actually pretty respectable as far as the firepower is concerned. But the problem is when you compare it to what Bebop is coming in with, I think, to be frank, I think, you know, Fadet, Lavked are both very good individual pieces for this specific level of Counter-Strike. I'm surprised iDisbalance has been doing this poorly recently, you know, over the past 3 months across, you know, pretty decent sample size. He's actually been kind of wrecked. And for the Opper to be struggling this much at this level for someone who's as tenured as iDisbalance is, maybe there's room for Hawks to come through. I mean, I could see your angle.
Yeah, I'm excited. I feel like more so from that angle of like looking at the struggles of iDisbalance. This is a guy that I feel like unironically, I'm more so swinging into a lot of these games with the Bebop roster, looking at either an iDisbalance like 35 kill performance or something like stupid like that, like coming through, or him kind of just like dropping the ball fully. I feel like there's like, where we have the 29 years on this guy kind of fading out, I don't know, man. iDisbalance can do a lot better. And where I just got to understand, like, he's been playing in this tier 2 for like, let me check my calendar. How long? Like a couple years now. I just hope that it's like not a motivation thing, seeing his like rating drop off or anything, because you know he can like completely destroy teams in these, like you said, like close qualifiers, end of the Swiss stage, group stage of these tournaments here. And where we have our player to watch, we got Mr. Hawks. He's played like about 20 games with them so far and is like posted up a pretty decent rating. I think on paper at this level, if you're posting like a 1.14 through like 20 some maps, that ain't too bad, tea time.
It's true. Now, you might be thinking, well, why isn't Whiteout being shown tea time and Mark? Because we normally show the highest rated player. Whiteout's barely played, but why don't we actually see him getting on the server and showing what he can do? And Whiteout has 3 maps played in the last few months. Of course, he was a part of the young Nuclear Tiger as Academy system for about 5 maps or so. He's never had a consistent team, and he's hoping to make this his home. His one series with Bebop did have some success. Let's see if he can find it again here on Nuke. Bebop start off their own map pick, of course, on the T side.
If he gets swinging out, it seems like we're back to regularly scheduled programming for the entry. I just balanced to get right back to it, so maybe that'll set a decent tone for him as well, especially with Bebop setting up this 5v3 post plant. Hawks can't pull away a spam. Whiteout will hold hut. This is pretty sturdy by Bebop, this post plant. It'll take a lot for it to fall apart. Canic does peek Heaven off of the flash and doesn't find much.
All right. Hey, he'll take that. Why not? Now, one of the things to keep in mind about the Turkish scene is that for literally like 12 years, going back to 2014 is how long I've been watching Counter-Strike reasonably closely. Turkey's never had enough talent to build more than one real lineup on a top level, and in the past 5 to 6 years, we've actually had that change, you know, with people like xCloud, with people like Joda, you know, with once upon a time that Sangal team that got put together. Turkey's got enough talent for 2 pretty good teams, like one top team, and then one maybe around that sort of 15 to 30th mark. But after that, the drop-off is very high. And the introduction of VRS lands has actually rejuvenated this scene a lot because of local lands and, you know, there being small organizations like Misa who are trying to get a good foothold into the scene. And that's really cool to see. But, that being said, nurturing talent is no easy feat.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Obviously, where you have Eternal Fire Academy, a lot of pieces from that here in Misa. You can see, so one of them getting 1 off of the 5-7. That's wild. That's wild. He just goes down to the Molotov back site, but outside of the vent, Red Zed, Nidus Balance, they find the frags, and I got excited for a second. Reasonably.
Yeah, but there are definitely some Eternal Fire Academy leftovers and whatnot, and you know there's clearly some work been done for this team, and I'm excited to see that. But one of the cool things is that means that Turkish Counter-Strike fundamentally has to change how it's won before, where it's won on, you know, big stars and firepower. Now it has to be won through structure, and for Misa, they're hoping that they can represent some of that potential evolution. Now that's not going to come through in this Force Buy. Nothing's coming through for them in this Force, but they only got 1 kill, unfortunately, and that's not going to change unless Hawks will pull out some sort of ridiculous USP situation. And yeah, I'm interested to see how they've structured the team. Put it that way.
Terrorists win. I feel like that's really well said, and I feel like that's maybe a tagline you could bring across to even how like the scene is run. I know a lot of people in North America have started talking about how some of the structure has left the scene last couple of years. That's been the reason why the players have left. Kind of seems like easy math right there. Not gonna lie. You need the tournaments.
I meant like team structure, but yes, that too.
No, yeah,
ecosystem is important.
Absolutely.
Oh, interesting. So they've actually gone in for a little bit of a purchase into this round as well, trying to deal more damage to the T-side economy, but they are putting their first gun round slightly at risk of lacking on incendiaries or M4s. I'm actually really surprised that none of them is also saving to be able to drop Hawks and AWP in the next, so Hawks will actually be pretty incentivized to try and save the Kevlar. It's a $2,900 loss bonus, I believe.
Action through hut again. Going to send Idis Balance back outside. At least attend to that bomb, excuse me. Got Fada downstairs. I mean, popping up the vent, you could get put down pretty easily, I feel like, from M-Star right here. But to link up with him, the ramp, the push, Susta just on top of here with the USP. Probably won't be able to do much.
Have some faith, Mark. Are you going to be putting people down like
You're
that,
right.
dude?
You're right.
What the hell?
It's the start of a new series. Oh my god. Okay.
See?
I was wrong to doubt you. Please get more than 1. That would be hysterical. Please. He's getting chased in the corner. Susa eventually gets put down. but a momentary man advantage with 25 seconds, and that's not anything to laugh about. Mechanic will have the protection on the double door. MStar around the corner. This is where it can get concerning, but we've taken care of it.
Good recovery from Mai Disbalance over there. He's able to turn around just in the nick of time. Otherwise, MStar would have had that first bullet out. And Mai Disbalance, well, never know with the 5-7 on the other side. So it might be better off saving this MP9, but a kill would go a long way just in terms of money. And if he can try and play to contain that T-side economy, that's what this buy was supposed to be about anyway. Well, not being a priority. Oh, great stuff. Khalil collected and saved forward. This actually ends up being a very successful round for them. Don't you die here without armor? Dude, I don't even know. Oh, you take 0 damage. Okay. I said I don't even know.
That's true. Yeah, you can survive at like the podium and backhaul at B site on Inferno. If that
yes.
like surprises you.
Every word you said made 0 sense to me until you said Inferno, by the way. Like, podium and backhaul, I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? It's a lectern at church, man. The North American callouts are so different.
For real. Oh, no. That was the one that I feel like teams are kind of leaning on at the start, but...
I wouldn't be surprised
Not
to see
too
some
game
changes
changing.
coming through, to be honest. Later on. That likes to wait for their data. Misa come through with her first full buy, and it starts off with a very weak M-Star. Can Hawks put himself in a position to find much when he's being smoked off and outside? He'll have to readjust back over to Heaven instead. Hawks is actually staying inside A. That's where he wants to prioritize presence. They've got 2 players already in the lower side. They're expecting a heavy commitment to the secret stairs, and so far it's only Faded who's shown that he wants anything to do with them.
It was a little messy. They just used 4 smokes to cross there. Last one on Levikas. But, I mean, genuinely, maybe that has put Misa... I mean, they had that double rotate sort of before that was happening. Now, Balance pops up with an op at the back of lobby at minute 40. At 40 seconds, excuse me. Mechanic still holding on to ramp. Now M-Star going to get active. Problem is the low HP here. Fada might be able to get set up for a multi-kill. Zusta around the corner, just a little too slick. And now Panic will stand, pulling more than 1 from this position. Out of ammo now, but with 27 seconds, Misa have a player in the lower B bomb site. Zusta, he's already known.
His position is very good. He's inside hot. He'll be in a position to deny any sort of bomb plot you want to go for. Balance will wait for his teammate to come over, and that's Molotov means nothing. Suv is playing from the back of the bomb site. He's going to peek out, spot on Balance, but he can't stop the bomb from being planted, and now Suv is suddenly in a tricky position where Zusta's already died in the flank, and Balance can quickly make his way over. He's 6-1, and he started off with a bang.
Yeah, I understand Soba's a little, like, uncomfortable in that position. I feel like a lot of players there just swing and deny the plant, just given that they are unaware of your position. Didn't want to take that gamble, took it a little bit too carefully, and, I mean, maybe we'll end up regretting that. Misa end up losing another close round. They call a timeout to try and call this back. Kind of a slow start on the CT side.
Is there an adjustment you would like to see coming out from Misa over here?
I think genuinely where I may be... I mean, it's a slow start, but that's another close round lost. I think they were getting very active trying to investigate into lower. I feel like that was an okay call. Like, they had the player getting a multi-kill in ramp. It really wasn't too terrible up until the end. I feel like you flip a coin that can maybe pick up that round, but doing the same, I think staying active and trying to keep getting after these rotates is exactly what Misa needs to continue on doing, and eventually I think it will crack.
Well, let's see whether that eventually comes anytime soon. Hawks
go.
getting active is a very, very good start. Finds Faded, who tries to sneak a peek out of Marshmallow, if I'm not wrong. M-Star dodging out flashes, fails to do so, peeks back in and receives a headshot. Now he's still alive, despite that being an AK shot. It came in through the roof of the hut, so he's going to hope to stay that way.
Star just got really lucky. I feel like that HE just detonated right beside him. Bebop exit lobby. They still do have these 3 smokes in the pocket in order to protect this. But I think as slow as the roll will go here, they just went into ramp late. That could be concerning for Misa, just at the back of their heads. But grouped up, I wonder if they're going to try and cross just dry. I mean, you would at least lose 1. Fox is holding the angle. That's exactly what's going to happen. Lavked will go down. He's going to get 2. Nice. This is his 3rd in the round.
This is the activation that the CT side was completely missing out on. Even in the previous round, when they come through in the first gun, if Hawks gets 0, that's a problem. I actually don't know how he afforded the AWP over here, to be honest, in this round. I think that's what Bebop is caught off guard by as well. That's the only reason why I can imagine Faded going for a peek in through Red Room that way. 2 versus 5. There's reason to save. Your loss bonus isn't very good, but you've got enough money on the rest of the players to actually come through for this one anyway. But Whiteout doesn't want to save. He wants to save the round. So we'll try and stop this cross from happening. Molotov will keep him away, but the problem is it'll also be time wasted and the bomb can't be planted. Can Linus Balance and Whiteout stay alive? Yes, they can.
I think that's an interesting thought to put out there about the AWP. But I gotta say, like, we have 3 smokes. Just try and cover that unbreakable cross. They did, but it was way too late.
I mean, especially after the first person's already died and you have information on the op, right? At least for the first one, it's excusable. Otherwise, you're completely right.
A little bit messy. That'll happen with Bebop. They look a little bit puggy at times. Now we got Hawks unlocked. He's got Faded ripped at the start of a round. INOX Balance getting active on the AKs. 8-1 start.
Very nice.
Lavked down.
Problem is, Lavked has gotten so much map control, and with 0 ability to get information inside lobby, Sekanic is pushing forward with Hawks next to him. This could be a travesty of a push. Zwitsta wants to come through from behind. That's going to be the difference maker. If they can collect on the bomb, it's huge. But Sekanic comes through, makes up for the lost kill, or rather lost shot from the AWP. Red Z moves back over. Lavked is good for 1. They need to recover that bomb. As Lavked recovers that man disadvantage, Red Z will try and make his way through. Suv can't cut him off in the cross down lower.
Way more access to the time now. With both players trying to retake in through U-Haul. I mean, the position right back into double door. Red Z is going to get a straight shot, I think, onto either side of this. Unspotted. And now Red Z is exactly in the position that he needs. Just any time now. No steps made by Misa. There's Zusta taken away on the contact. So he's going to get this first shot up on the rifle. This would be such an important clutch to have. But he's now getting the position of Lavked. Couldn't finish the frag. Both players practically at 1 on 28 screen. Down the door will open. Lavked takes the 1 versus 1. Bebop managed to ricochet that round back.
That's beautiful. I wish we'd been able to catch the kill onto Hawks, because that has to be a miss from the op. The refrag to just get Hawks down, you should have 0 ability to get into ramp. I know Suv does kind of whiff the A4, but that's much more forgivable than having an op on ramp and not being able to get even a single kill over there. Great refrags, and Bebop bringing it to 5-1 when it was, what, a 4 versus 2, I think, at one point? That's it. Speeds it up, and he somehow wins the duel. Zusta will be able to communicate out to his teammate that the player is likely low, but nothing they can do about it.
Good thing that Whiteout just walks away from the door for M-Star's damn sake. Able to exit out the vent now. Side player re-smoked. Hawks rotated up. You lost Zusta. That's why you have Canic down. Plenty of access here to the parts for Bebop. They see way too much. 52 seconds, and I think they are just going to keep it lower. Hawks just rotated down A. That might really confirm things.
What is Faded up to? This round's over. Faded, at this point, the best thing he can do is just go for it. Denying the saves. M-Star wants to contest with the I mean, Misa's money is awful.
Dream here is to get a kill, get an AK, and feel like you had a plan. That is gonna get pulverized. Was Faded sitting on top of Mini the entire round? What a guy.
Yeah.
It's a pretty baller position.
I mean,
Not gonna lie.
Hit him with the
Waiting for
Mufasa.
wait, absolutely.
As far as the sun touches the land, it is under our realm. Or whatever the hell he says. That line's dead anyway, dude. Spoilers.
All good. They had their time.
I need to find the actual quote.
Please do. I'm still personally recovering from the Odyssey. Just saw that a couple days ago.
Everything the
tea time.
light touches is our kingdom. Dude, did you see it in IMAX, by the way?
I didn't.
Oh, dude,
I
that's
lived
the only
20
reason why I
minutes
haven't
away
watched
from
it
an
yet.
IMAX theater. I know.
And you still
then,
didn't?
Okay, well, the thing is it's sold out till the second week of August. I'm still stalking it because I will go back.
The Odyssey hasn't
That was
changed
my
in
plan
like
to wait.
1400 years. What do you
it's
think? You're gonna get
insane.
spoiled? He gets back.
Exactly.
I haven't even watched it. I know he gets back. I disbalance, gets one, and he gets done.
Very fast start to this. I just balance, hits the floor. You're absolutely right. Don't worry. You gotta make sure you see it in the right resolution. Getting all the pixels through this scope is Hawks. God, that was a terrible transition. They don't all hit.
And Misa feels that way too, because they don't all hit. Mechanic's in a very interesting position. While Faded also is hoping to find Hawks outside. Zaganic's dead. He does really well to get one. That's enough. Because Hawks is able to rotate through on time. And with Faded gone, he's got Soup to thank for that one, by the way. With Faded gone, this should just be Hawks' round. What he can't afford, though, is to miss a shot. And when he backs off, he's practically inviting them to get into the B-bomb site.
Yeah, that's the problem. 31 seconds, and that's exactly where they're going to walk. You just had Sove walk into secret. He's probably going to be able to get to double. Now to speed it up after the smoke. He definitely will. 21 seconds. And even in that time, you had Hawks try and go back up to the A bomb site to Heaven 16. And now the bomb will be confirmed by Red Zed. It's planted in the smoke, and Lavked will likely have this fight as soon as he needs the duel to Dewuska. But they're going to take it controlled. Haven't even seen the player in the vent, and now he pops out. Red Zed in a really bad position. Sove gonna collapse, and now it's another clutch opportunity for Lavked, but he's gonna have to go here on 4 health. After that first fight, Zeusta gonna push him, and he would have to really see this to be a terrible whiff to lose this, and Zeus doesn't even have to find the fight himself. Sove will hop on the defuse. I feel like Misa going to round 8 in the CT side should have more than 2 rounds, but this one they had to work hard for. They lost some close ones, but they can still recover.
What's really interesting there is that Bebop probably should have won that 2 versus 3 because Lavked and was Red Zed, I think it was. They put themselves in a really good position where everywhere they fight, it's going to be a double swing. And coming in from different directions. So first of all, what you're supposed to do over there is you double swing out to vents, you fully clear it out, then you get ready to double swing again through the door. And they've given themselves that time and space because of how open that plant was. The important thing is to find 1 kill as soon as possible in that sort of 2v3 where you know they haven't rotated or they won't be able to. And unfortunately, they end up splitting up instead. Oh, M-Star, buddy, I'm so sorry. It's not going well for you, has it? First it was I Disbalance killing you, now it's Lavked is coming through with the spam.
Good position back of Garage. That maybe took a little too long. A couple of taps. Now ready, the rest out the door. So back towards Hut. That's a really good pickup. Now both players are going to be back here at the A bomb site, and so can essentially just be bait right now, and well, no longer taken out by the HG, but they're not going to know about Canic. Not yet. It's a 3v3, but they're going to assume that nobody is rotated in, so free kill. That's what that should mean. They're going to fish out Canic from that at the back. Zusta has pushed off of the flash, and now Whiteout, he's just going to drown in that missed shot. Hoax over the top. Bomb's going to be planted on the other side. Huge problem here for iDisbalance. He watches along. No peek from heaven. He's going to be out wide open, and Hawks will spray him down. Oh, it is planted for him.
Listen, I'm going to be honest. I really hate criticizing microplay because I don't think I'm qualified to do it. That might be some of the worst movement in like a 2v3 or even just in the full 3v3 I've seen in a very long time. I mean, the player who dies to Zutsa in the middle of the bomb site.
I believe that was Whiteout.
Why are you... Okay, thank you. Why is Whiteout walking to the back of the silo? Like, what are you trying to hide? They've already swung you. So he continues to walk, which is why on top Zootsta is just fully wide swinging. And even though Zootsta technically has a longer pathway routing, which means you should never actually be able to catch up with the player who is looking for cover, Whiteout walking just fully exposes him. He's also not taking a fight or anything like it, and he just loses the round there and then the second he does that, unfortunately. And he's a very young player, at least in terms of experience, so I don't blame him. But these are the kinds of things you will see. And Bebop, where their firepower might be better, they don't come without caveats of their own. There's a reason why this team isn't in the top 100 right now.
Seen some better versions, I feel like, on paper of where we're bringing in players. I feel like Red Zed, though, is like quite the type to like pop up on a mixed team like Bebop, though. I haven't like seen him since, I think I probably watched him like once on RUSTEC, but like mainly on that Arc Red team. And I think I got to watch a lot of them in Season 3. But is like, I think actually tagged on the Aurora Youngblood roster right now, officially on
tell me about
HLTV.
Now, while we've got our technical timeout, did you cry during the Odyssey?
Did I cry? No.
Don't repeat the question back to me as if you didn't get it. Tell me the truth. You shed a couple of tears, didn't you?
I think I was like, so just like...
I haven't seen it, by the way, so I don't actually know. If you're supposed to cry.
I'd be crying at media, you know, and usually because I'm like, wow, that was amazing. You know, Entourage is over. I have to like shed a tear, you know?
All right,
Sorry,
interesting.
it's just like
so I cry.
no.
So I cry a lot.
TV show I watched.
I cry a lot through like good, well done media, but it's not because it's like, oh, this is so good. A lot of the time, it's
happy
like,
tears.
I mean, not even necessarily happy tears. It's just like, because like for example, when I watched Dunkirk, right? Because we're talking about Nolan movies, I cried throughout Dunkirk. Like Dunkirk was just like the way he was able to characterize like the hopelessness of life in war. I was very, I was just like, wow, this is insane. And I can't,
That's a great shout out.
I couldn't believe that because my grandfather fought in the Second World War, right? So I was just like, I can't believe that this is sort of what he went through and everything as well. And I was like, this is insane. So that's where I am 100% in for whatever emotion the movie is trying to get me in for. Like that's where I cry. It's not as much appreciative in the same way.
Absolutely, that's a really good shout out. Like I feel like thinking about content that is a little more like emotionally driven like that I feel like the subject matter just naturally is. I'm a big HBO enjoyer, but it took me years to watch like the original Band of Brothers that's like very highly rated. I just like watched that for the first time. It like follows a company through World War II, and I probably cried in like literally every episode. Straight up. I mean, pretty heavy material, man.
What was it about again? I can't remember.
That one's following an American company through World War II.
Yeah, it's the war ones that always get you, especially when you consider that. Hey, man, like
I cried when Iron Man died.
Well, that's not quite the war, but that did make sense. If anything, that's the Infinity War.
Globe, man. Absolutely. We're back to ours. The Tech 9 war, I guess, is just getting started on the Bebop end. This is probably going to be a fast one.
Who knows, man? Tech 9's nuke, T-side, full buys going out towards A very quickly can be very scary. It's outside smokes to feign presence, and I don't know if Misa have a read on the economy. Going to be an important question. Because if they start stacking out towards that lower bomb site early, which it feels like Zutstar wants to, Tech9s aren't going to let you come back on.
Yeah, no, they're going to drop a mini. M-Star manages to pull 2. They survived so quickly. That took really no time at all to respond after 35 seconds that did tick.
You were right. And
I thought
credit to Misa. They're doing a very good job of coming back on the CT side where they were down 6-1. One more win over here, and you could very well see yourself being 6-6. Now, it's not an easy one to get by any stretch of the imagination. Bebop does come through with an awkward buy, and Misa are probably expecting an eco at this time in the game. They'd be wrong. It's very easy to get a misread out on your opponent's economy, but whiteout being low early on is certainly helpful.
In his time of the smoke being clipped, doesn't find anybody. Really got to be careful about this transition in between that angle of Marshmallow up the top. Hawks will go all the way back to Unbreakable. And this might be a better position to go ahead and just throw up a couple shots to these players at red. Multiple players. 4 faces that we know. Top of mini as well, counting that. And here goes, at least that bomb to go and take Garage. Just going to be spotted there by Hawks off in the missed shot. Under a minute, and that's where they know Bebop likely have to either climb this back to mini all the way to heaven or back out secret. That of which would be obvious. Flash into mini. They gotta stay ready on this A site. The back still turned.
Very
Actually,
nice.
I mean, it's Hawks off of the drop. I feel like that's when they go wide out. Engineers, the second kill in the vent? Are you kidding? That's insane. Stays alive. Hawks also got Canic up in the rotation. That's what helps them. Red said 8 HP. He's going to go right between them T-time. That's an insane hold by Misa.
All right, that's not multiple kills where I needed to just have whiteout being able to commit to an angle and make a move, go in for a proper fight. He's so nervous coming into nuke. It's very, very clear.
Definitely.
And credit to Hawks, credit to Canic. Fast rotation out from Canic does help out Hawks, who's also very willing to take fights. Misa have their hands on a good piece. I will give them credit for this 100 times over. Hawks has looked very good. I mean, he started off 0-3, and since then, he's been finding nothing but impact. Respectable damage is going to bring a couple of these people into headshot territory, but Canic is on the reload, and they realize it as well. They can run him down.
Yeah, easy access to ramp after the realization of the audio tick. Now 1:16, and Bebop aren't going to waste a second of it. Just going to immediately go down and try and run up against Canic, against Hawks. They've just run into a damn brick wall these last couple rounds. I mean, Misa, I've just put this to bed pretty quickly. Where's Fate at? Just watch around from this secret rotate. A 1 versus 3. Unironically, you can get this first kill, access to an AWP. Dove around this corner, it would have been perfect T-time. Couldn't have gotten probably a better duel than that. That close. 6-6 is what you got. I know 5 would have been just fine, but I feel like the fact that they put the stamp at the end of the half is even better.
Misa Bebop have a shockingly poor T side towards the end of things, to be honest, in terms of just the calls that they're making. There's so many places where, sure, you can blame individual errors as well, but even now, I mean, the speed at which they're coming into the lower bomb site after having seen Canic, the idea that they're going to delay, wait so long when Misa have shown that they want to sack B multiple times over, and not have anyone be able to sort of go back, play time, play lobby, see if you can get a kill, anything like that, just getting massacred coming into a very reinforced bomb site. I'm to be honest, I'm just a little bit surprised because generally speaking, I associate teams that I disbalances on with some pretty good mid-rounding at times. Again,
So
at
is
this level.
I just balance calling or is Fade at? My understanding that it's
He's
Fade at.
secondary calling.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, Fade at out in the lurk, that just can't be something great. Soap gets 2 there on the Glock. Bebop, they're really running into a lot of trouble here on the pistols, but this may actually help them. Itis Balance is going to already be in position, slid out of clock, so he's going to plant this bomb, gets off it, realizes who else is home. Zusta going to get this kill, a quick 1v1. Lavked, hey, he is dispatched with Hawks up top, one fake on it. Now Lavked will try and check in, just the immediate swing in the clutch here for Misa. They're continuing just to drive this out of the first half and into the second.
Yeah, we're not going to see an open-eyed disbalance for at least the first 3 to 4 rounds. This is a very interesting place that Misa are putting themselves in. And where we started off the game with the conversation of structure versus firepower, Misa, I have much more faith in this T side with what they've shown us in CT so far, with how fast they've been rotated. More importantly, with how good they've been on comms in chaotic situations where their bomb site is being attacked. We saw 3 separate times on the upper A bomb site where a player is trapped and they have very fluid comms for what util is needed, what swing is needed, when to swing, and where to swing to. That's impressive. That's really, I know people watching at home, because this is the kind of CS where if you are watching it, you are just a Counter-Strike fiend. I get that. I know you're used to people being able to do this, but this is really impressive for the level that Misa's on. I'm optimistic about this T side, actually.
Definitely really interested in it as well. Feels like pulling through this month, it's looked okay. Some closer nukes that Misa have walked through. Means a pretty good sample size of T rounds. Getting really heavy in this lower B bomb site. What is this, 3 bodies? Bebop are pretty present in this room. So feeling around. Might just call everybody else back up the vent. This is a big call. Really nice from Misa. Again, another moment that you can point out to success, but they have to finish. They deal with Itis Balance into Mini and the rest of the pistols that are just going to waltz their way here one at a time.
All together. Over to our Hotspawn.com presenting partner for the Thunderpick World Championship. They're doing a lot of great coverage. Thunderpick World Championship, and you can go check all of it out on their website, Hotspawn.com.
They did a nice article about the bomb changes tea time, in case you were like wondering more about those. They got nice CS2 news. The odds of the Thunderpick here are still favoring Bebop, though, as Misa goes up 2 rounds on the T side.
Remember, this is Bebop's map pick.
Correct.
So, Misa, they've weathered the storm, in my opinion, already in some ways on the CT side, because Bebop is an incredibly firepower-reliant team, and if Whiteout is feeling nervous, if he's, maybe not having his best game so far, if Faded's lurks haven't been fully activated every single time, well, maybe this T side can be the better half of them.
So far out with this A1S, I feel like Faded could really find out a lot right now. That's what I want from Faded. I need him to be getting communication back, and maybe even these kills.
Poor Suv. Don't stand in one place behind smokes on outside. Unless you're planning on blowing them open, in which case, I understand. Molotov, flashbang, and Red Zed is not dead.
Sending M-Star back to check out what's available in the A site through Heaven. I believe that's Canik sitting around the hut still. The in-game leader he's going to get a face full of lead. Itis Balance sitting in CT. Canik and Hawks now to walk on the way. A 2v5, and one of your players is a Mac 10. And he's making noise. Come on.
Did they just save over here for Misa?
I believe so.
Is there an AK to pick up for where Suv died? I think there is. Has Hawk's already taken it? Yeah. Ooh, come on. It's right there.
There we go. It was a Galil.
Ooh. Well, and not really worth all the fuss then, is it? Great round coming out for Bebop over here, though. Obviously, starting things off with an easy kill on the Suv is a very easy pathway to success, but then compounding it, nice to see. Misa are likely going to have to take a definitive first fight in the first 30 seconds if they want to win out in these gun rounds, and that's a hard call to go for. But as much as I praise their late rounding in the CT side, I think it'll be far less likely that they find that kind of success coming into the more offensive side when it gets down to that 35, 45 second mark.
That's interesting. So we'll see if they turn up a little bit of the pace. This time a pack leaning more towards outside. I mean, maybe an early fight could come a Fadeat's position. Who's going to be just stuffed in the secret there.
Misa's playing very passively right now. What Misa's trying to do is make sure that they don't miss out any utility. They're not making any mistakes. They're really just getting everything right in terms of the timings. And part of that is because of Suv's death in the last round. But this fear that's become inherent to their game cannot be allowed to stay, because now they've got zero information. Their lobby lurker is not going to be relevant at all unless they actually get the bomb plant. RedZed's got an early rotation down towards B, and Faded can also get a fast flank. So if RedZed confirms positions, he doesn't even need to fight here. He's got an AK. It's a headshot angle. This is perfect for RedZed as they start to come over to his way. First kill is easy. Second kill, a little bit less so, but he still manages to get it out. It's a 3 versus 4. Fast rotation from Lavked. Faded can look for that lurker as well. And as Lavked puts down Hawks, Faded might not even be needed in this round.
I mean, Sov could get both duels right now. Opportunity to turn it into a 2v2. You just have to have a really ridiculous transfer. Not going to happen. Slower roll on this bomb, and even a molly, that's just going to wash him out. Fadeat, arms open, double kill, and there it is. A very sturdy looking Bebop that has turned up on this defense. 8-8, that's gotten back quite quickly. It was the position, excuse me, of Fadeat that like really aged well. He was in that secret spot, and during that spam, obviously confirmed a little bit of the position that, you know, Misa were headed down on that slow roll. Falls through in the end. A very good clip by Bebop. And now we're just going to get the full eco. So doing a little searching.
It is important that they get a kill on a Fadeat. Even if even if it means nothing in this round. He's just been having too much of an affirming CT side. And as the outside player, that can be messy. Alright, affirmations continue to come through. 4 alive. Yeah, we really need that change, honestly, for Misa. They need to decide to fight early.
You're really right about Fadeat. I mean, he was at lurk through the entire T side, working in this area, but in Yard now, he's kind of just able to do literally anything he wants to run around these smokes. He's taken like a different spot in each and every round. I just balanced to open with another frag. This one goes to M-Star.
0 util for the T side.
Just got to go and kind of just brawl Bloodsport back out A. They do have their opening kill. It's an active 3v3. Lavked might try and just get a quick look into the vent, but his gun was covering the player on his screen. I just bounced quickly onto Sove in the 2v2.
Canik reveals position. Has to actually hide away from this hopping Evan player, but he's also worried about Mini being a risk. And as Canik reveals himself, oh, Faded takes him down. I disbalance on 1 HP. He needs to land this shot, and he just can't. T-side brought back together, even though they lose the first 2 kills. I'm shocked that Bebop lets that one go by that easily. I mean, pushing up on the ladder room, or rather on the ladder into A is just suicide. Yeah, it's shocking.
You know, earlier in the game, you pointed out a round from Whiteout that just, like, had a lot of, like, we could tell he was overwhelmed. We could tell he was nervous. You want an example of confident movement, and there it is. I mean, that was a really good peek into Mini, just to try and separate himself from the situation of Heaven. This one's also going to be fast. It's going to be confident. A very good call to go and rush ramp into Lavked. Opening frag. Whiteout is going to try and get here. He's immediately smoked into the lower B. Minute 30. And already with that molly into double, they may think they might have to worry about Red Zed, but he's here, Whiteout with a huge kill. Bomb's not sturdy here. That could the frag does come out of control. I'm afraid that might have been a little early.
Red Zed's trying to play the delay just so that Whiteout can come in from behind, but he's so far away. Like, the CTs are not going to be able to stop this bomb from being planted.
This is absurd.
They're going A. They've gone A. And Whiteout's there. Does he realize it? Does he understand that this is an A plant?
Oh my God.
Faded is confused. He'll get the kill finally. They've got no idea what's going on. And as Faded switches out for the op, he's already chosen to save. Whiteout is on the bomb. He doesn't have a kit. That's the only problem. He can't ninja this.
What is he trying to do here? Okay, smoking on the bomb. Might have had a chance if he got the kill on the M-Star to pull out the 10-second defuse, but then we're kind of grasping at straws. This is a T-side that I feel like shouldn't have these back-to-back calls put together, but they do. I mean, I think I was with you in the sense that, like, it would get really doubted late, but that was an awesome mid-round made by Misa there, realizing they had more space than they did, and they got back to the A bomb site.
I mean, they'd already won the round by then, to be fair, but yeah, I am wildly confused. Faded has had enough of things. He takes down M-Star quickly, who was trying to get a faster cross through the smoke, but an AT will make sure that's just not a possibility for him.
Presence from lobby with his utility set that's shared between a couple of Misa players. And Lavked is going to try and stand in really a one-and-done spot from the right side of this ramp. It's really hard to get a multi-kill, and they're going to be searching for him. Molly that's going to go right on Itis Balance. We'll see if he overpeaks. Lavked, 2 kills off of it, and he's going to get all 4. They line up in the end. Lavked is your CT side standard, and that's a tied game.
Their money's gone as well. I mean, Misa needs to call a tactical timeout if they still have one. Yeah. Oh, there's the technical. I don't think that's what they wanted for themselves, but yeah, I've got very little to say here, Mark. I'll be honest with you. There's just very clear mistakes being made, and that's perfectly fine. That will happen around this place, and there's the reason why these two teams are fighting for the playoffs the way that they are. This is not going to be one of the winners matches. You are going to the playoffs as the second seed because of your earlier losses, right? Falcons Force dispatching away with both of these two teams, and Falcons Force is not a team that we necessarily look to for very consistent performances either, but yeah, it's interesting. Trying to find out if they played Nuke against him. No, neither of these teams actually played Nuke. Bebop got a Nuke in versus Black Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This is interesting because we're getting to see both teams coming through with some really good individual players, but also some really strange ones as well. So hey, it's all a good time, and that's what matters.
That's that Falcons Force team featuring NATO Sapphics right now.
Yeah.
One of their players is like 15 and couldn't play in Thunderpick. Womp womp.
Who is
I was
it?
once young. I was once young.
Is it Cloxy? Because he looks really young.
I believe so.
Yeah, it's Cloxy. Wait, what's his elo, dude? He's 15 years old.
That's
Is he just like 4,000 elo?
More than me.
He's 3,500. That's actually not that impressive.
And he's Danish. Okay, I understand.
All right. Okay.
They
I mean,
have Counter-Strike curriculum over there, bro.
True.
It's like unfair.
Cool stuff. Have you watched any other good movies recently? Do you go to the cinema often? You strike me as someone who would.
I definitely do. I feel like this summer I've been slacking a little bit. So when I got to see Obsession, I actually like watched that at home.
Okay.
That was quite good. And tomorrow I will be going and seeing Spider-Man.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to that one. I'm not going to be able to watch that for like another week or so, but I'm looking forward to that one.
I'll keep my mouth shut. Don't worry.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it because Tom Holland can't.
Yeah. Don't look at the like carpet highlights.
Oh,
there
yeah,
may not have been people spoiling.
I'm
things.
watching no trailers, nothing of the sort, nothing at all. But what I am watching is Misa versus Bebop, and Misa wants to come through with a quick force by Mechanic over downstairs into vents. He goes undeterred, opening doors and hoping to pop some heads. Secondary vent pop? What? No!
The Molly
Oh
just
my
hit him,
God.
executed a flash. That's crazy. At least knew for that reason. These Tech 9s, they're going to get action, but immediately addressed through Mini, and it's just put down. Wave after wave, they both lined up. That is a
What
pretty
the
unique call
hell?
for Misa, but one that's going to fit on right now for size.
They must have hoped that someone's trying to go down the vent from the CT side as well, and they can catch them. That's the only thing I can think of. That's so interesting, though. And their money was going to be gone, and now the CT side is on the receiving end of that potential trade. If they lose over here, Misa is going to be able to get a quick walk in the park to 13. Faded is making a play outside. He wants the first fight. He's not the only one feeling antsy. Lavked is doing much of the same. What are you lining up for? Ooh la la, Faded, I'm sorry.
Was he
You're a
not getting
goner.
burned there for a
He
second?
wasn't. The Molotov was above him. The lineup was a little bit wrong. It's a cool idea, though. They know that it's the CT economy is going to be stressed out. They're going to be pushing through, and Amshar and Kanik are quick to find refrags onto the ramp players as well. These Idis Balance and Red Zed feeling awfully lonely.
Are they really about to lock up 12 right here? I think it would take a lot for that not to happen. I disbalance back in the lobby. Red Zed could have a couple kills here through Mini. It would have to be a big multi. That's your big multi! Unreal! Actually unreal. I mean, Misa lose a 2 versus 4 when having such fortunate access to 12 rounds here on Nuke. That is a nightmare. Head in hands, even on the casting desk. I can't
I don't
believe
know,
I just
man.
watched that.
Both teams deserve to win this game. That's what I'll say. That's a nice way of saying what I could also say, which is that both teams deserve to lose.
Oh no. I feel like this would be really good for Misa though. To take that 12, lock up the nuke. They got a Dust 2 next door that I saw them play well on. Not coming that easily, I guess. I like this Red Zed 20 kill performance though. I feel like it's been a quiet performance as well. Just right up until then. Back-to-back timeouts. Yeah, we need a breather. You're telling me they had one more timeout after this and we didn't get one earlier? I mean, I guess they did, like, something broke, so they called a tech pause.
Bebop also has 2 timeouts still left after this. So, I feel like you can ask that same question to each side.
Fair. Fair enough.
I wish I had the comms from this match and they were in English. That's all.
Oh,
I
I
can
know.
say. Imagine how frustrated and excited and frustrated and excited these guys must be feeling.
Your rifle and some Glocks. That's what Misa get after walking into a FAMAS. Who would have thought?
Shot. Like showing off. Bomb on the ground. Now what do you do, Misa? Can it come through with a hero AK, getting himself one, and if he's got enough bodies to throw at them, there could be more trades up for grabs. There are plenty of bodies to throw. Amstar's getting ready to come back for the bomb. Have you heard of the human flash?
Is that a movie?
That's a strat.
No.
And very few people will know. You're about to see it.
I feel a lot of emotions towards that.
Watch this.
I'm quite.
I'm priming a flash. I'm priming a flash. Flash. Bang.
Oh, it almost worked.
It might still. They've got the AK. They've got an MP9. And Amstar has another one. The human flash strikes again. Lower bomb side. Here I come. Lavked, buddy. I'm sorry. This round's really not going your way.
He's gonna sit down. Surely Hawks has got to be coming down here in a second. The shadow advantage.
You can't fight that.
Surely not. He's gonna come from ramp. That's much better. That's much better. If he's quiet about this, he can get in a position to completely deny the defuse. He's gonna get into dark.
What is this game that's so plotted for you? He has the
5
kit.
seconds.
You can't
He's
run him
got
down
12.
with that bar thing. This might be the worst Counter-Strike I've ever seen.
Exceptional. Exceptional, excuse me, for this, like, round to fit its way to 12, the 2 versus 4, and then that?
The human flash. It almost worked.
I thought you said the human flesh. I was like, what are you
No, the human
talking about?
flash. It almost worked.
Worked perfectly.
And Misa still have a buy. That's the thing, it's not over. Damage exchanged. Not leading much. TT economy is just destroyed, by the way. They don't have a kit because Lavked has also died. So if there is a bomb round over here, you are very likely going to see overtime.
Same reason for the utility would be a very terrible retake. Late resmoking mini. M-Star makes a whole lot of noise. Just gonna be Red Zed here. And the last time this FAMAS was needed to get more than one, it got 3 kills. Backs up into the AK. A beautiful boost engineered. And now it's gonna be likely this OT that we were talking about. Fadek gets M-Star. 32 seconds.
Lavked isn't in a bad position at all over here. They can't cross through easily if they Ended up revealing. That would have certainly been a possibility, but 4 versus 4, and the CTs need to come through quick. That lack of kit is going to continue to haunt them. Damage done through the grenade, compounded with the AKs, and the round is over. Misa will take us to 12 aside. We've got more of this. Let's go, baby.
More nuke. Can't complain about that. We're headed to OT. Misa are the ones that shove us here. They could have got 13. Probably a couple times. This is where they stabilize. Been a very interesting second half for them. Bebop have definitely been the better team, though. Just like rolling through the CT, there's no dispute about it. Now they have everything back. I feel like there's no limits for them. They're just going to probably run Fade at far outside and find a couple frags for all I know. He actually slows up. Not going too far in this round.
Snidus Balance has not had an AWP in forever. I would just want to see him being able to shoot a shot. Fired a tin air for all I care, dude. Just get a shot off with that thing. You don't have a chance to. What's the plan? Is it a fast pop into A? Is it waiting for Zwetsta to find something? Zwetsta can technically creep into Mini right now. That's what Red Zed's worried about. And with the smoke and a flashbang, they start to initiate. Faded finds himself one, and with Whiteout covering all from Mustang, Red Zed just can't find a target. He keeps having his kills stolen away from him. Everywhere he looks, someone else gets his kills. It's diabolical. Like a cat chasing a laser.
And walking in blind. I mean, Misa literally didn't even have the door open. You're obviously meant to throw that mini set, right? We're not talking necessarily about Zusta coming in. It's everybody completely blind, flashed even, running in through door. That hut peek is a little bit delayed. I mean, that's messy for Misa. And like one of the cleanest punches that you're going to get to throw. This is your first round of overtime. No excuse for an ugly execute. And this is just going to be a shocking start to the round. Fade Ed going to immediately spam. But then it's IDIS Balance that follows it up on Sov, the Opper, and then one of your best riflers gone.
Misa might have lost their window.
I agree.
They had a few very close rounds that they probably should have closed out. I mean, not least of all the human flash round. Which, to be fair, they should never have been in, but once you're there... How is he getting behind them?
Here I am. Walked all the way through ramp. Just to be a best. It's the best for my disbalance that we get on display here. Into the second round of overtime. He puts up a 4K.
Well, I guess there's a reason why he wants to keep the op. 24 kills for IDB. Red Zed, you mentioned him earlier on, but now it's 3 of them. And have all broken past 20. Whiteout's had a very unfortunate game. And Bebop would have likely already have taken this map had it not been for his difficulties. But hopefully he can put them to bed with a quick win.
Another set of smokes that are going to come right back down for Misa. Faded is not going to be far from this, so it's not like there's much to hide. Minute 9. And on the diagonal, Smokes will take the most obvious choice. Maybe that's exactly what they want to send out there. And now the left side of it, they'll through Secret, and well played by MStar to at least get this kill on the Faded, but Red said he hasn't played aggressively to check on the Secret walk so far. Hawk's going to be around this corner. It's going to be a really hard fight. He even has some help. Lavked is going to be right around this corner. Good spam of Molly, and that is what is going to come next. Misa got to turn this around.
Danik is in a very good position over here.
Just smoke.
Oh, Lavked doesn't actually end up peeking.
25?
I'm sure Lavked is everything. Lavked is going to be backing off and playing from decon. Oh, M-Star's died as well. They don't know there's already a player down lower. Lavked peeks out, he drops the bomb. Can he get a second? No. But they take their time in going for the plant.
Not going to come through, not even close. That is...
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, you have all the time, I feel like, to make that decision to go ahead and come back A as soon as you do run into Lavked. He puts that molly behind him and then comes back up. Sits in Secret. I mean, honestly, interesting look at the utility usage from Lavked to get back to the vent, put that smoke up, and bring attention back to that A bomb site. But why would that smoke back onto door exactly deter them, right? Is it just the presence that would be around Mini at that point?
Look, I'm not going to ask questions of Lavked after what I just see Misa do, right? They get an immediate 1-for-1 trade. They completely lose track of the time before that as well. They're just fully panicked and freaking out. I don't even care what Lavked has done. And he goes out and gets another kill.
Just Lavked
Do whatever you want, Lavked.
24 kills for Lavked and I Disbalance. Why can't they play like this every game? Closer to it.
Play like this half of this game.
In the last month, it's been more like this for Lavked than otherwise. He's played okay. Closer to this for sure. Post-major, end of air quotes, right? For I Disbalance, it's been a bit better since the last 3 months. Gonna get this boost back to the top of ramp, and well, surely this is it. Hearing that scope being quite loud from the boost. And now they're just gonna run straight through. At least gonna seem like it. There's Faded making contact at Unbreakable. You're even gonna have this Heaven player turn around for them. Zusta gonna go down after one.
3 versus 3, and no one's in a position for a fast rotation down to the lower bomb site right now. Danik is the closest to it, but nothing beyond it. They're going to be very slow because they're waiting for Soof to be the player to come back in from ramp. He's the only way Hawks has access point as well. So this is basically Danik being completely alone, and he's not going to peek out from vents. They're going to burn another 10 seconds to even get to the site with all 3 of them. Actually, Hawks picks up an M4. That makes this a much more doable retake. Flashbang will be dodged, but Whiteout can peek back in. The second flashbang doesn't do much either. Red set opens up, spots out the player, shooting away. Kanik, triple one, Whiteout running out of bullets, really struggling, pulls out the Glock, and it's all ID's balance. Can he get there in time to stop them? No, he can't. They've got kits, and Misa will somehow get away with this one.
It's really those kind of moments that will sour a map like this, right? It's the recency bias that we'll remember from, you know, spots like this from Whiteout. That's a bad whiff for a player that, you know, is about just as young as Red said, but in terms of the experience, right, is only played on Academy projects. So a bad performance on this nuke. You could feel him getting a little overwhelmed earlier, and that's probably going to be the ugliest cue that you've seen from him since. But game's still not done. Misa hold on to that round. Bebop don't finish in the lower B-bomb site. Quick look at door. Hawks gets an opening kill. That's beautiful.
What's going on down in lower? Red Z. Been very difficult to contest. And starts trapped. Don't actually back off. Red Z both one out the barrel. Oh, ems0r tries to look away so he doesn't give up that advantage, but Red Z knew there's only one place he can be. Quick pre-fire, and you're now in a 4 versus 2. Hawks. Another casualty, and Bebop look to finally close. It will be 16-13. It's their map pick, but it looks like a decider with the way it shapes out. Mark, they finally get it done.
Yes, they do. After a good amount of struggle, I would say, in definitely both lanes there. Their T side ends up, being what kind of taps it in right at the end. But I gotta say, through like the struggle that we did see there, it felt like there was like definitely a little bit of a question in my mind between like Fadet and the communication through the rest of this pack. That like responsibility goes to IDIS balance. I think that's like a cool thing to know about an opera that has more responsibility. But their CT side tea time was really solid, and I don't think you can take that away from them. Even if we do like hobble to overtime, it probably shouldn't have got there. Honestly, Misa should have closed the game at like 13-11.
Yeah, but also Bebop probably should have been able to close the game earlier on as well. Both teams should have been able to close the game earlier on. Bebop had a big advantage in the first half. Her wideout, unfortunately, being absent made them lose like 3 extra rounds and everything too. Bebop did look like the better team most of the time. Misa just looked like the team that should have won more chaotic rounds. But maybe that becomes more of a factor as we go on into Dust 2, their own map pick, and maybe they can do a little bit better. But we'll have to find out the answer to those maybes after a break.
Got this nuke clocking in for Thunderpick, but it's the second time I've got to watch it for this Misa side. I just saw them lose a close map, and I saw them lose a close dust too. So I'm wondering if that's going to remain consistent. Balance and Whiteout are going to be just watching them out here right at the corner. Going to ask for some help from Lavked, but he goes down empty-handed.
If you weren't able to watch Nuke, well, you missed out on an extremely fun map. I won't say it was a good map, but it was a very fun one. You got to see a lot of rounds where, within the span of 20 seconds, both teams had coin flipped 7 times about who's actually going to win it. Balance, in the meanwhile, in this pistol round, puts himself in a good position to end things. And when I say end things, I do mean for his own life. We're back to a 2 versus 2, and the coin flips are back.
Baynet staying close with his dualies. I would love to see them get into action. Long range could especially be interesting. 40 seconds, we're seeing this hobble on through. There's that contact. Mr. Zed will keep his head down, or so I think. Now gonna pop up a couple of shots, 25, and now you gotta get past the first pop, and that is Fadet that will drop. So it is Bebop that drop into map 2 with the pistol round in their lap.
I'm very curious to see what the T side is going to look like for Misa over here and us too, because, you know, obviously Nuke was picked by Bebop, so I'm much more forgiving of what Misa had to bring to the table, where there were a lot of very strange calls, and to be fair, a lot of them worked, right? Like, they didn't lose because their calls were bad every time on their T side. They lost because in the last 12 to 15 seconds, they just freak out because of inexperience. And that happened in like 3 key rounds. Kogutos turns away. I don't think he's been spotted out though, so when there's flashes and grenades coming in to the lower tunnels, he does well to keep that nade damage up, but Soof is low, can still contribute to this round. Balance removes that option.
Okay, that gonna, I feel like running right by Hawks. There was really no reason, I feel like, for him to sprint back in the middle, just the way that he did. Can't connect in 2 kills. He was all of a sudden a 3v1. Red Dead is still going to be here close to the bomb, so I don't think we have much to worry about. Is there a gun down on this A site? Nobody died there, so I think we'll be good. But if Kanik can connect to Dink with a couple more shots, it's not impossible, and he's going to get so close that it really might not be improbable at all. Access to weapons.
This is about the kill, not about picking up the bomb and planting it, but Red said he peeks forward, reveals position, will have to actually pursue for the defuse. Instead, he doesn't have a kit, and Kanik knows that he doesn't have a chance to get the plant in time. Red said, the only way I think that that bomb could have been planted is if he went long, but even then, maybe there wasn't enough time for that actually. So yeah, just had to take the fight eventually.
Cannon took that pretty far. Farther than I thought on the 50.
Yeah.
Misa have, like, no utility here. Even with the 4 Galils they have access to, Lavked, Fadet, well, this is going to get real bloody real quickly. That smoke is going to dissipate back towards middle. Fadet even stuck around for 1 more frag up towards the top of Catwalk. Whiteout, you need to stick this kill. Really lucky that he's spacing into a player reloading. Whiteout going to watch those final 2 names out of the kill feed. Fadet to a 3-0 start. Bebop to a 3-0 start, excuse me. He's just the whole team. That mind of his.
Ooh, fast play out long with the text. That's interesting because they're not going to throw too many flashes out for the first player to come through. It's actually going to end up team flashing because of that. Whiteout isn't even slightly blind. And remember that I was saying Whiteout had a pretty poor performance on Nuke where he feels very clearly flummoxed. Dustu started off pretty well. 6-3. Feeling good.
Yeah, it's gonna be like this confident start to the game. Like even if they aren't like full rifle duels, just the fact that he's able to get the easy ones, get this 6-3 start, is always going to be encouraging. So we're going to be kind of just tapping his foot along here. Even Red Zed holding him from the top of middle will be any moment. But Bebop 2-4 to start, and this is pretty fast.
Especially because, Mark, I mean, we didn't necessarily always see Whiteout just fail on his aim, right? It was just being in an awkward position where he doesn't know where to go, where he's being overwhelmed, where he's shift walking where he should be running, where he's running where he should be shift walking. Like, it's stuff like that more than his actual aim. So when you're getting duels won, even against Tech 9s, where you've just dodged 3 flashes right into them, catch them out being team flash and everything, that's a very confidence boosting round.
I feel like would be a much funner watch with that taken care of. And he gets so streaking out long. Hulk's gonna actually connect that onto Itis Balance. First really positive Misa start, I feel like, is announcing that opening kill. Whiteout and Lavked look to make a play towards Cat, and maybe Fade's gonna join them as well. Molly that could cut that off. A1S is gonna get in front of it. Whiteout. Surely had to have been heard there. But a nade that's going to open up the smoke for him, and he finds a fantastic kill onto M-Star.
Pop through. Sets up. Covered off by Hawks, and Hawks with a damn good hand coming in to Nuke as well, and this clear continuation that he's found into Dust 2 is going to be found to perhaps Whiteout. Realizes Zedsta's nearby, but realization will not be followed with the light bulb clicking on. It's with his lights being knocked out.
Kind of how exactly they got their first round on the CT side of Nuke. They had that op in the hand of Hawks, finding an opening kill, and they kind of just took it from there. Of course, now we're on the T side of Dust 2. And of course, now we're on Misa's map pick, but we're still heavily favoring Bebop at the start of this map because of the 4-0, one would assume. Looking dangerous. Doubting on the Misa side. We'll see how that turns out. Whiteout got to come back from long full take here at the start, and it's going to literally keep coming. I mean, Sove around this corner. Red Zed, not sure he's going to be able to do much here. Whiteout could be able to get this gun out. Itis Balance 1 kill over the top. Not a second.
Oof. Is Hawks watching the push? He has to be. But he's also got to transfer the bomb over, and Whiteout realizes that he's going to be able to catch him out, but can't get the kill in time. Damage is good, but it's not enough. Played it. Where's that HE going? Good damage dealt to Suv, and while Hawks will die to Lavked, who self-flashes himself forward, somehow Suv is still alive. He's been praying at some altar or the other. But Kanik is the god who's giving him solace as he comes back over to the site after having faked out long presence. Kanik just has to stay alive, and as he peeks forward, Faded will have a chance to finish it off. It's a bad call to go for a double swing there, but Kanik makes it work regardless. 3 kills for him in that round. Absolute savior.
I just can't believe that it was Red Zed, I believe, walking up in front of Itis Balance there. Faded in the bomb site. And he didn't react to Kanik just popping up towards Car. His head, like, phased out of the smoke. But I think you could pretty clearly, like, seeing it emerge. I didn't see him catch that. That ended up costing his life. Pistols here for Bebop. Itis Balance walking up with this P250. Oh, hell yeah. Feels like we're going to get this one, too. Red Zed, he's going to pop one with the Zeus. Somebody's typing in the chat. Pistols will come after Kanek. Hawks after him too. White out for the 4 versus 1.
I said he's having a good game. I didn't say he's having this kind of game. 34 seconds is all that Misa needs. They kick it back up to 3. Now they will have to deal with one more full buy, but it's without the feature piece of the AWP from INOX Balance. Bebop have to do it with just rifles. And to be honest, I didn't have it in my bingo cards that Hawks would look like he's the best opera throughout the series. But I'm pleasantly surprised. I know INOX Balance managed to top out some of the charts towards the end of the last game, but as far as consistency is concerned, that was Hawks and his field all throughout Nuke.
Fade at Red Zed holding together this B site. I mean, keep that one next time on the page, Misa. That was not like it was anything too advanced. We're popping out of that B inside of the tunnel. You gotta make sure you can actually see. You're just gonna get stabbed. So many kills between Red Zed and Fade. Those are gonna start to add up. B site giving you bad access already.
Surely you're saving, right? I mean, throwing bodies isn't entirely worthless. You'll have a buy in the next round regardless, but significant damage comes after 3 kills, and you're not getting 3 kills. Shocking.
Goose is just going to make a further step here. I feel like even if he phased a little bit too far, INOX Balance could have got that kill pretty aptly.
They can do this.
Trying to run it up now.
They can take this.
Probably are. I mean, you're absolutely right. I knew you were staring at that mini-map. The rotations are going to come in, but losing a little time, especially from where they've gotten in CT. They're going to try and just jump over on the smoke, but it's really going to be a gamble. Misa, I respect their efforts, but maybe they should have just saved.
The thing is, when you're going to go for a peak like that, I'm just really surprised that Hawks isn't the first person to make contact with the AWP, or at least isn't putting himself in a position where he's at car, because they play that perfectly to get those first 2 kills, by the way. Even the stutter step outside to force INOX Balance to be out of play. So INOX Balance is super aware that Hawks is alive with the op, which is why he can't fully strafe out to the side. Hawkson covers off the long corner really well, and after that, you have favorable duels as the op, like 9 times out of 10 there. If you're the first to peek into CT, and I know time's a pressure piece, which is why maybe Hawks felt like there's like a backstab coming. Can't believe there's all these players on the other side. But yeah. Hamster on the meanwhile is dead. He tries to sneak through the smoke while INOX Balance is playing oversight. But Misa won't have any such luck.
If we were to go and just split this down, but in half, that's the only place they'll actually have access to. Faded, I feel like, is going to lean over towards long to the point where these players in middle might not even have to phase him. Faded's still peeking over. I mean, 45, I think they're hoping that that's the case. I think they want a kill from either this long corner or the window. Kanek with the smoke to just try and put them out in front, so CT doesn't have the spam all towards the door. Red Zed gonna see them phasing up towards INOX Balance, but he pivots for a huge multi-kill. A furious triple. That's Red Zed, depending on their pieces, and leaning back in the bomb sites.
Misa's putting themselves in such an awkward position with this force buy. So far, what Misa's been unable to do completely is go for any sort of truly threatening fast side plays. And part of that's because they've never succeeded in getting proper short control. When you're not able to introduce short control into your arsenal on Dust 2, the B bomb side can be much more reinforced, long can be much more reinforced, or even just playing retake on long is much easier as well, just because you know you're always going to be fine being able to threaten that lurk or that flank. Great kill initially. Lavked gets taken down, but IDisbalance does get one for free, and he's watching out for more. Can't get the second as M-Star is crossing. A flashbang dissuades him from going all the way back to CT spawn, and now the game depends on Faded. M-Star wants to take the peek. What a shot from M-Star. Must have been a lack of head armor on Faded. Can't say that I took note of it, but at least Whiteout is the only player who can defend this A site.
It's gonna be awfully far. Smoked out of CT. You might as well just save this. I mean, Red Zed is gonna get close, but IDisbalance. He's already gonna be backpedaling. Maybe if they caught like the Zeus to peek in that moment between the escape, they may have been encouraged. But Whiteout is also gonna keep his respective distance, and Misa are gonna jog to 4. Right? I feel like they're continuously finding a pace and looking a little bit healthier. Gonna get 7 here in the first half. Bebop. They're going to kind of wipe away that possibility that you had on Nuke of getting the 6-6. But I still feel like we're improving one step at a time. The individuals still have a lot of space to come through and make the rest of this Dust 2 for Stove and Swista a lot better.
Maybe some more early short control. No, it's... Man, one person out towards long. Kanik is waiting for the last wave of flashes to take just an individual peek because he's expecting there to be only one player. Whiteout has played very lonely. But all in the meanwhile, IDisbalance has this super aggressive angle out from short that he can maintain for another full 8 seconds. And the Xbox... No, that's not an Xbox one. Thank God. Misread that completely. He's given up all their upper tunnels control. And CTs are going to find this out soon. They're pushing forward.
Yeah, Whiteout going to be sprinting here, but Whiteout, he's going to have his knife out. Sees 2 players up close, dumps the smoke. We know that a guy that has been overwhelmed in this series before may not be the right man for the job here. Kanik going to really make this tough for him now. As he takes away his health, Faded going to go. But actually, Whiteout spams 2 there, practically lines up Kanik behind him. And right now, that's all Whiteout had to do, was to keep this site afloat, and he did that exceptionally well. The rest of Bebop can actually come to shove here. 44 seconds, and that smoke is just going to get to the top of the site here. One flash that moves over the top, but still that long player alive, and Hawk's going to get Red Zed. This is all of a sudden heavily leaning towards Misa, but IDisbalance in that moment, they're going to find out where the rifler is, and it's so hard to get the headshots off of these angles. He's going long.
Where is Swetstar going? He's trying to go out through his CT, so this is a consecutive 1 versus 1 situation. The first kill should be free. They're expecting him to still be out in short, and that's a easy peasy as can be. IDisbalance clearing out cards just in case, but it feels unlikely that he expects Zstar all the way back over towards short right now. He's a much more likely position. Zstar waits his time. Here's the footsteps, takes him down. Heroic effort coming out from Whiteout there on the bomb side. Finding 2 kills is very impressive, but Misa, it's an eventual trade, and Red Zed is a little bit late coming over to short and helping, and by the time he gets there, they're completely trained on the angle. They can take him down too, and Lavked just needed that extra support from another rifler.
Flash shot long. You're even going to have that nade just there for the notion. Red Zed's SMG. I mean, just spamming long range like a laser, and he comes back to it. If he can get it equipped fast enough, if I felt like he could have had a lot more impact, though. The man that just ended round 11 has a triple kill at the start of round 12. And this FAMAS is going to be right around the corner. Just flames that first frag out. But it's another consecutive 1v1 having to be taken here against Whiteout that I'm not sure he's actually going to detect. Whiteout with the op, too. I think this is the very first time we've seen this happen. MStar going to take the liberty he has on the site, and he's going to spread out.
Whiteout's reading this. He's going to go back over to middle to see if he can cut off a potential rotate. Takes up the AK. No kit. He's certain of it being B. And he's going to... Oh, yeah. He's completely bit down on this. MStar just taking time, but he's also just as nervous. This is nerves on nerves, but a safe one will afford him the opportunity to find advantage. Whiteout now. We'll have to try and trace down MStar. At the very least, MStar hasn't made his way back over towards long or anything like it. Spotted out early. Whiteout going for a secondary peek. Can he find the headshot? MStar keeps on challenging, and he will win that challenge in the end. Misa equalized once again after trailing from behind. Somehow, they keep on doing it.
It's another impressive tone, too. I feel like where specifically I was calling out a couple of like lacking individuals. You needed to see either Sober, Susta, like with more time there. And especially Hawks and Kanik, like fighting for a lot and keeping the Misa ship afloat on that T side. That performance specifically turns up at the correct moment. I feel like that's the difference between, you know, the 6-6 and I think I misspoke before Bebop getting to 7. I feel like they could have actually got the 7 if that wasn't the case.
And you know what the kids say, man. They got it right. 6, 7.
Of course. Of course.
It's all about the 13. And that's what really matters. Going to the second half, this round will be of great influence to that. Hawks? You have no way of removing this player from back plat, and Kanik is here to provide backup. This is a done deal when it comes to the pistol round. So, missing a lot of shots, but at least give them a chance to start coming back over through the short and over into the bomb site. Bebop has truly struggled with this angle now 3 rounds in a row. Turns out even on their T side, they're going to have the same issues.
Just take out Kanik particularly quickly, but this is a 1 versus 5 for Mr. I Disbalance. Gonna take it through upper. Walk into the 11 HP player. Got MStar with him. Not impossible. Gonna hop out to it though. I Disbalance trying to juke out a couple of shots. Won't jiggle anything. It's a 7th here in the lead for Misa, I believe, for the first time in Dust 2.
I will double check that for you, but I think you are right.
Thank you.
You are.
Hell yeah.
Such a good feeling, isn't it?
It is.
I'll get to know one day.
Red said scout. Give that to Ice.
Okay.
Okay, maybe he's just a scouter, you know.
There are some players like that. I mean, you know, you think back to obviously Surson and Chris J. Surson, I realized, was also an opper, don't get me wrong, but man, that scout hit hard.
That guy was like scout certified.
Yeah. Even Chris J, man, with the scout, insane.
Come on, Susta, peek the corner. I know you want to. Spike's an incendiary, and everybody's following the leader, too. They can just recycle the scout, get as much out of it as they can. MStar on the site. You don't have Kanik too far away, and doesn't have full coverage of the car, so he's going to be wide open for some shots. Kanik goes down, and now the A site will fall into the hands of Bebop.
I just balance. Why are you looking away from the smoke? You should have had that That was supposed to be the linchpin of your round, and now instead it's going to be faded. Arthur deliver. Good for one, good for two. He gets it done. Oh my days. Bebop will let that lead be very short-lived.
That is absolutely shocking. I mean, we're going on some Glocks, but don't forget about the one scout. Pistols, I feel like, did just as much work, though. I mean, especially there when measuring up to the 8 bomb site, taking down Canic. Great position to stand for that A1S and spray for Faye, that Bebop. You're absolutely right. I mean, get their lead back just as quickly. This is how you try and swallow up Misa getting excited about their CT side. They do not have too terrible of a force going on. This will definitely be something to acknowledge. An A stack? All you got to do is go B.
They're not listening to you. I'm sorry. They've heard your advice.
Just a suggestion.
And they've chosen to ignore it.
No offense taken. But we'll see how it works out in the end. I see all. Okay? You know, M-Star, rather Fadette, I disbalance. Who knows who's making this call mid-round, though. Ain't not much mid-rounding going on. It feels like we've kind of sat on catwalk and just like waited for that next hint to come through. That kill that would sort of slip him the envelope. There's Fadette going to get sent out on a line. We're just fishing for something here. This will keep the important players in place.
I just managed was going to die up ahead. Never mind. Lavked comes back to back them up. That's a very good decision over there. I just balance could have been overrun, especially with an M4 on the ground in a very recoverable position. It's important for the T side because they were winning this round. Don't get me wrong. Even if I disbalance dies, it's important for the T side to keep 3 players alive right now. Money is going to be a serious problem coming into the second half, and I predict that because of the way we saw Nuke go. Force buys were not like a significant disadvantage in Nuke at all with the kind of chaos that was materializing. So Bebop need to be able to maximize that gun presence as much as possible.
Poor Canic in the end. But a positive Bebop right here. Grabbing an 8th. Only half of their rounds in the 16 that we got on Nuke. So I feel like we could put a good bookmark in exactly where we are in this Dust 2 in case you want to come back later and finish the VOD. Little eco round. I don't know if we're going to get an overtime. I'm just waffling. Who the hell knows? Oh my god. Oh my god. M-Star, what are you shooting, bro?
Oh. How do they feed these guys on ecos, man?
That's a good question. I don't know much about Turkish cuisine.
Oh, I do actually. All right. So, Turkish eggs for breakfast. Fire. It's like bed of Greek yogurt and spices with 2 poached eggs or 3 poached eggs. I mean, I like 4, so like 4 poached eggs on top of it. Have it up with like some good sourdough bread. It's fantastic. Eat like one of those every day and play Counter-Strike after. You're gonna get at least 8% more deagle kills.
I can see that. I can see that, and I feel like for that reason we're following the recipe to a Misa victory. Gonna find that key out of the corner, but keep in mind the deagles are elsewhere. I just balance at 10. Bebop, they're gonna really take their time here as much as they can, get comfortable for 40 seconds. So gonna be on a sneaky little boost here, but he's gonna be bodied. That deagle does go to Hoax. Bomb goes down, 30 seconds. Enough distance here. Maybe enough said too.
I disbalance is the insurance policy that's incredibly needed. Why are they backing off? You have no guns to recover. What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't feel like
They're going for exits on short. I don't hate this. Never mind. You know, I will go back and say, if that was the call, you die here, don't you?
Surely the
No,
explosion will
right.
come over the top. That's what people are saying. Like, why can't we like have it go around the corner into like CT spawn on cash or something?
Okay.
Then it would kind of just be like everything else. However, I don't know if that's like scientific.
I'm surprised that you only take 80 damage in the bottom of pain. I thought you took like
I would
90,
agree.
95. Okay. While flashes and HEs exchanged out to long, and Whiteout somehow will get a kill while he's fully whited out. What's his name? Lavked. Here's the one in the brain. Only Z-Star left alive. 1 versus 4. Nothing to do over here, but hope and pray.
Like kind of disappointing to come out of the eco and then just immediately get ran right over. I mean, they got absolutely walloped by Bebop flat out. Just a 1v3 attempt that I feel like I would sign off on. This is not one that's unreasonable to C2, and an audio cue that will give him the go. A big turnout in these first 2 kills. Now all he's got to do is juke out eye disbalance, but 25 kills practically in the first map, and here on Dust 2 looking fantastic, has just secured double digits for Bebop.
Watch them win this one, Mark. Watch them take this one home. Misa's
Got
gonna get
Deagles.
this. Yeah,
Leaning back on the nutrition. I can see it.
I'm telling you, dude. It's the Selbir. That's what they call their eggs.
Okay. Take me to Turkey.
You should go, actually. If you ever get the chance,
some of
it's
that.
really nice.
I would love to, actually. A friend of mine and his partner just did like a little cruise where they went to a couple of countries, and I believe they stopped in Turkey. He had brought home a bunch of Turkish delight. He said, "Mark, eat this."
That's true.
It was
Confectionaries are
quite
very good
wonderful.
over there as well. Great confectionaries. But no, if you get a chance, don't
Say that
do any
again?
of
What is
this
that?
confectionaries, like, you know, sweet shops.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, I'm sure.
That's tough. Oh, it gets a trade, but it's not enough. It's not fast enough. Fade, it's already got a few. And wide out, he's got 2 of his own. Yeah, if you get the chance, I would really just say, I mean, don't go to any other country while you're doing it unless you're doing a very long trip. Turkey is great. Like Istanbul, you can get a solid 10 days out of Istanbul alone. It's fantastic. It's one of my favorite places in the world.
That's awesome.
Especially if you're okay with like museums and stuff. Because like if you don't like that
Yeah, dude.
or like history, then okay, then you might be bored.
That was like, okay, so for reference, the first time I went to Europe was earlier this year, and I went to Belgrade, and I only went to Belgrade. I feel like I was consistently getting the criticism of, oh, aren't you taking like the whole European tour? I only had a weekend. It was a damn fine week in Belgrade. It was fun, but there was a lot of history there in that city, which I really enjoyed.
Makes sense. But now Misa would like to be maybe enjoying less in history. They'd like to enjoy their future, and their future, if they don't win this round, is looking pretty bleak. They have gotten a whole lot of map control though, fully clearing out upper tunnels. As long as they don't keep on pushing and Faded finds them, which they shouldn't, because Faded has revealed position just now with a flashbang to short. The call for the CTs is going to be to try and flush out Faded. If they can get this kill before the T-side strikes, you're in a very good position. An Incendiary will certainly help, but Faded does damage, it's not enough. Now, you've got a player coming in on the flank, you've got delaying utility as well for the CTs available. Misa should win this round 100% of the time.
Got this full belt on Zuzka. Everybody on this corner. The problem is they can just be I feel like caught in transition at a little bit of an awkward stance, but they just get better in that position. It really feels like when they know the game is getting to an important stance, they already have the right call. Now they just have to complete it. Stand on the A site. Everybody going to come out clean. That's 8 rounds. They're still chasing after this 11, right? Bebop haven't got 12, and that's important. This could really do a lot of damage to Bebop's at least economy, where kind of feels like they could even throw out whatever with the Tech 9 bind. We could still be afraid of it, but at a real chance to turn that over, really surprised Sobe actually doesn't go all the way down there. He's surviving at 8 HP from the op spam.
It's particularly... Okay. How you dealt damage to yourself there? Maybe jumped up to drop down. I forgot what my point was. Sub is down low at 8 HP, and he's the only player on the B-bomb side. Reinforcements will be brought over. And fade it. The refresh on the smoke. Won't be able to fight for short. I don't even know if Mstar would have heard that incendiary taking damage. Smoke followed up with a grenade, faded, chunked down to 54. TTs are still unwilling to give up this B-bomb set, and they might be right to assume that the T's want to consider coming back in. Faded has been left a lot of utility. I disbalance, watching out. That flashbang goes ridiculously deep. Never going to be doing anything with an op that is watching out for it, and you've gotten exactly 0 information. Now, 24 seconds is when you'll have a chance to actually strike. Faded knows that as well, and now that he starts moving in, there's very little time. M-Star has to be an instant kill, and M-Star has put himself in a really good position where the Vanguard smokes will cover him up. They're rotating back to B, and where Suva's left with an op to hold, he also has a B site to hold, and 8 HP is not enough to do both those things at the same time. Bomb planted right at the nick of time. Wow.
Yeah, I was like watching out for that. I had to remember they were supposed to confirm that spot. They did. This is going to be 12 attached to this dust too. And I feel like where eventually on this second map, like we did get us like a much more positive role at like say whiteout at the start of this, especially. It turned up to actually like maybe like not have like I can't go through and remember each frag that he got, but a lot of those were, you know, in essence like not too largely impactful, but at times it was whiteout, you know, pushing out a multi-kill to like sway around over. 3 players survive from this. Double from Lavked in this round, who's I think longevity wise between these two maps never really given it up. Not a guy you usually have to worry about. Bebop ready to cash it in here. We do have another pause. So I guess we're finishing where we're comfortable.
Just to make sure. They don't want to have another nuke situation coming through. And for the CT side, they are once again concentrating on to trying to put 2 players up through short. This has given them a lot of success before, but the call from Bebop is great. They're just going to completely circumnavigate around this and go back for long control instead.
I wonder if Hawks has seen this. Now, at least is aware of the position inside of Sui from I Disbalance. Light to push him back. Cross smoke that's put up by White at long just for this second. Like a lot is still got to be decided here. Assigned to these catwalk players. Red Zed hasn't spotted them. So M-Star, I feel like, is going to get a little bit of a crack, maybe even onto the lower player who walks back head turn. Will actually feel a dink. See if this nade can confirm. A couple will chase him after, and Misa do find their frag. Another on the A-bomb site, especially.
I'm telling you, man, it's that short control which is just giving them so much more, so much more to do around the map. I'm surprised if they've not been going for this more, especially when the P side hasn't created that much of a priority around this. Bebop is still. Are you back in this? What? This could still go their way. There's 25 seconds. Whiteout's not got HP, which is the only reason why I'm a little bit skeptical of this transpiring. That Molotov completely misses its mark as well. So no chance that you're going to be able to move Hawks off of this angle. 10 seconds. Both players there. Whiteout's going to back off and away.
If IDisbalance would have found that shot that he missed and ended up winning the round because of that, I don't know how I would have been processing anything, like at all. That would have been absolutely ridiculous. I feel like that was like definitely a tone that we were getting towards the end of that nuke, something that was teasing us for exactly getting so close to it, but then Misa actually putting up a 9th or whatever it is. Bebop are pushing the OT back on nuke. Back to an original long take. Last time they just leaned back to their default. It's all back to that short control. Maybe we'll keep this one permanent.
Goodbye, M-Star.
He was pushing all the way up middle. That's a little wild.
Just in case.
IGL got to do what IGL's got to do.
Hey, maybe they're going B.
Problem is, too, I don't know how much he actually saw there besides whiteout. In a pretty standard default position. Resmoked on long.
Once again, that secondary push comes through, and this time they might not be expecting player number 2. It's Kanak from behind. IDisbalance likely going to be caught off by this. Hawks is waiting for this hidden Viper to strike, and IDisbalance turns around right in the nick of time, but he is caught between two mines. Kanak is caught between two targets, and IDisbalance is too fast for him. This should be the end of Misa's journey in the European Series 2. Thunderpick.
Got one more team to try on the sides for playoffs. Come on, Bebop, you got 5 players healthy here inside the A-bomb site. It's like you're breaking into a bank vault, Misa. This is going to be very bad. Round might as well be over. I mean, we're kind of just standing here. Motion out of CT, that's going to be short-lived. 1 versus 5 from Catwalk here, Hawks. Feel like I've seen you put up some nice shots here in this first series. My impressions of him are pretty positive through this Misa team. Unfortunately, going down 0-2 in another series, I really can't say the same here, but it will be Bebop going to be our last playoff spot here. I had to double check to make sure that was correct, but we really are here. Should be setting up a nice round of 16 tomorrow or quarterfinal.
Absolutely, and of course, to anyone who doesn't know, the invited teams who were already there were Walczaki, GenOne, INOX Division 1 win, and CYBERSHOKE, along with, Basement Boys as well, with 6 invited teams. Maybe actually 8, because there's a couple of older VRS rankings here and there. You can watch for all of that over on hotspawn.com to follow more of the Thunderpick series to see what the playoffs will hold for you as well.
Yeah, I don't know if you said JiJieHao, but they're also in here. I think they've fallen quite a ways.
Yeah, they're just so far down below in the HLTV seeding that they're not, because the VRS obviously puts them over, but JiJieHao's HLTV seeding's not great. It's a thing, man. Like, check it out on Hotspot instead. It's gonna be easier for you.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Obviously, one of our partners here over at Thunderpick, where, like we said, we've you know, packed up all of our teams in the playoffs. I was, you know, happy to sit in the chair that Trav did earlier, and we'll drive the rest of this thing out for you. Obviously, we'll, you know, have those matchups confirmed for you in the round of 16s. Like, I'm pretty sure that like Blast live show is just going down. We're doing a whole lot of selecting over here. I'm excited to know about like some of the news earlier that came in. I know like Flit joined and replaced Hobbit on that Paravision roster. It's been, you know, quite a day of CS over here at Tea Time, but maybe it's time to week clock out, huh?
Yeah, congratulations out of Bebop. Misa, unfortunately, not able to overcome them even when they were given opportunities to do so. And that's just not going to be good enough. Misa, show us some signs, so keep an eye out for them for future series as well. Hopefully, we can see them come back and do better next time. For now, though, we're going to be signing off. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm Tea Time, he's Mark. We're going to see you guys in the playoffs.